What is up, everybody? Happy shiny day to you. I'm gonna just stop saying what day it is because it's a different day for everybody usually. What's up, Leanne? How are we doing? Hey, Mr. Lowell. Hey, Lemonade Kisses. How are you guys doing tonight? Doesn't look like we got notifications going out again tonight. This fucking thing, man. Maybe I'll do a post. YouTube's been hating on me. Probably because I posted a bunch of the past lives, though, so probably doesn't want to put a jillion fucking notifications out in one day. And I find that if I've done posts or if I've done too much stuff at once, then it doesn't necessarily put the next notification out. But no problemo, we'll do a little post here and hopefully. But it is also Friday and it's been getting nicer out too, so I mean, I don't blame you guys for not being here, even if you did get notifications. But give me 1 second here, let me do a little post and make sure there's that at least if the thing didn't go out. Yeah. This silly thing. So how's everybody doing? How's your week been so far? Any news? Anything exciting? Here we go. Okay, hold on 1 second, guys. Give that a go at least. Alrighty. But whatever, it's fine. Oh no, I ended up going, I had to get some stuff done and some stuff around the house, and by the time I got everything ready to go for the stream, it was pretty much right up to the minute. We'll have to figure that out another time, but I do want to start figuring out like the members only or after hours or members only streams or whatever. We'll figure something out. One thing at a time. But anyways, so I guess we're doing a little catch up today on the Nick Carter situation, the Aaron Carter situation, and hopefully you guys did your homework and you guys checked out the documentary. I did watch it. I wasn't quite as disappointed as I thought I would be. I'm not gonna lie. There was some good portions to it. Here, let me close this down. There we go. Fuck, it's drowning out my ear hole. Probably hear me better now. Sorry about that, guys. Shit. Anyway, that was the homework, and so yeah, I checked it out, and there was a few things about it that I thought were actually pretty cool. I liked that they included Christy Carlson Romano, and there was a few things about it I really didn't mind. But hold on 1 second here, let me get the visuals going, because we're pretty much just going to do a discussion, I guess, for the most part here. But with some stuff going in the background for us, kind of like a news loop thing. But I do have some clips prepared, like, to watch that have sound and everything. There's been Nick Carter's been doing some lives, and it's kind of eerie because he kind of sounds like Aaron in a lot of them. And he almost even looks like him a bit, like when he's in the right light and when he's got the longer hair going. I don't know, man. It's a little bit spooky. Oh, it's already out. It's out on, what was it? Hulu or something? What was it? I'm not really sure. Oh, no. Well, ABC, but I think it was on... I'm not exactly sure. I think it's on a few different platforms now. But, yeah, it's been out for a bit. So that was the homework, but if you haven't seen it already, it's alright. We're still going to have the discussion and make it worthwhile for everyone here. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, is it Hulu? Yeah, you got it. Welcome, Michelle, you made it. Welcome, Amanda. Welcome, Jackie. How's everybody doing tonight? You haven't seen the doc yet, but you're here for it. I'm still trying to figure out why Aaron's death hit you so hard. Yeah, I feel that too, honestly. I kind of wondered that too from time to time, like, because I would never have considered myself a fan. You know, like, I had a younger sister, and it was pretty popular back in the day. Like, you know, I'm familiar with all the songs and whatever. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't consider myself a fan, but it hit me pretty hard too when I saw that. And knowing how young he was, and that he just had the kid and the whole thing, like, it hit me like a ton of bricks. And you know what I think it was? I think it's just the sense of nostalgia, you know, and I think as far as the trauma and addictions and stuff goes, there's there's a lot more awareness now and a lot more sympathy and compassion around it. I think people are more aware that there's generally trauma involved if people are really struggling with addiction. You know, I think that's what separates recreational users from addicts. You know, it's the level of abuse and trauma they've gone through as a kid, and or especially in these cases with child celebrities. You know, not only is there the abuse and the trauma and all the regular childhood upbringing obstacles and struggles that you can have, but then you're working your whole life. You know, you've sacrificed your childhood, and as you guys know, you know, his parents kind of fleeced him, and he was kind of in constant competition with his older brother, which is really unfair. You know, there's a lot to it. So I think that, plus the nostalgia, and just it brings back so many good memories too. I think, like, it's like his summer anthems, you know, from when we were kids. A lot of his songs, and you know, all those what do you call them, like montages and interludes, and bringing it back, you know, in the news and with people talking about it, and like even just now watching little clips of him when he was a kid and all of that. It brings back stuff for you. It brings back a part of your childhood, and it's almost like a piece of our childhoods died with him, you know. And so again, like, whether or not you're a fan, I think it hits some place that is, you know, meaningful for everyone, because, you know, I think we all hold our inner child near and dear to our hearts, right? You were shocked, and it's a cautionary tale as well. Well, that's it for sure. You know, I think we all, you know, it's more common now too to discuss that we all have stuff. You know, we all have shit, and we've all got family stuff. We've all got different experiences and things. We all know somebody that's struggled with addiction, or we know somebody that's struggled with different mental health issues or whatever, right? So I think when stuff like this happens, it really hits close to home that way too, and reminds us of people that we know struggling that way. And, you know, it's all just really hits you where it hurts. I think when stuff like this happens, somebody so young and with so much to give still, you know, that struggled so much and had already given so much of themselves, but, you know, had such a long life ahead of them. Hey, Angel, how's it going? I don't think AC ever got over his father passing. Yeah, and his sister. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like, not only did he lose his childhood, but, and I mean, even before his dad died, you know, he lost his dad. Like, that whole thing with the divorce, and there was, like, the fight between, you know, the assets and the money and the brothers, and there was so much going on. And then, you know, he comes out, and he's an adult, but then he's slapped with this giant tax bill. You know, there's a lot that he dealt with even before coming into adulthood. And then, yeah, so then with the dad dying and then with the sister dying, it definitely just piled the shit on for him. So no wonder, you know, like, you really, how else do you numb that when you're trying to get through the day-to-day and keep on keeping on and keeping up an image too? You know, you got to think, like, being as somebody that's a public figure, you know, there's new layers with that too, right? Hey, Ibiza. Good evening, everyone. I'll be listening, taking breaks. As you take breaks, you'll chat. You're typing up the documents. All right, on. Yeah, it's Friday, I guess. You got started on that already, eh? Awesome, possum. Yes, today is the day. Today is the Carterverse day. So that's what Biza's working on, is getting the timeline going, because we're warming up to do the follow-up too, which actually, by the way, guys, if you haven't seen, since we're not really diving into anything specific, like, we're going to talk about different instances, we're going to talk about the documentary. We're going to talk about stuff going on with Nick, but we're not really presenting anything specifically. I'm going to put a link up for the vid that I did do back when all of this happened, and there was a lot of suspicious, aspects of it, and kind of was like a mystery. And even now, even with the talks report and everything released, it's still kind of a mystery. But here's a video I did that was pretty much leading up to the waiting on the talks report and waiting on more information, and kind of catches everybody up onto it. So if you haven't watched the documentary, or if you haven't been able to catch up on anything, or aren't able to watch the documentary, I guess I should say, if it's not available in your area, or for whatever reason, or you don't have that specific streaming service, I did find that the video I did about it was pretty similar to the documentary. There was a lot of, which, I mean, it's gonna happen, obviously, not saying that they, I'm not trying to say anything, but obviously, because it's his life, a lot of the documentaries are gonna be the same, but a lot of the clips and a lot of the stuff that I covered was pretty similar, but mine does go a lot deeper as far as the stuff that was going on in the background, the things going on with the live, with Melanie, it dives a little deeper, where, these mainstream documentaries tend to be a little more mainstream, a little more softer, a little more following a specific narrative, right? So there's that, if you guys want to catch up with that, and check out the documentary. But I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it, because definitely they skimmed over a lot of, like, the real heavy-duty stuff. They kind of touched a bit on the struggles with the parents, the divorce, the stuff with the taxes, him trying to transition into the adult side of the industry, all of that. Like, they did a pretty decent job going through things that happened, right? But for whatever's missing in that documentary, I did cover in mine. And then when we go into this deeper dive follow-up, that Biza and a few people were all kind of working together on it in the stream here, but he's helping keep tabs on it and sending me links and on Twitter and stuff. Which, speaking of, I don't know where Misty is, but pretty much got almost the whole gang here. Documentary was one of the best I've seen. It went very deep. It was extremely well done. Well, thank you so much, Jackie. Yeah, so I guess most of you have already seen it. So you guys are pretty much on the same page. And I think there's just still so many questions, especially with the way things were reported on at first, with him being reported saying that he had drowned in the pool, and then they were saying he was found in the tub, but it wasn't a drowning because there was no water found in the lungs. Then they were saying that it was a drowning, but then he had the Xanax, and he'd been huffing, which I think we all kind of had a rough idea that he probably relapsed. Like, we knew that, but I think it's still questionable that he would have taken such a risk when he had so many things going so well for him. He had things lined up, that he was selling the house, he was just about to get on the road. He had already actually been on the road. That's what made it even more suspicious, is he'd already been on the road. He was ready to go. He was getting on the go with his RV. And then Melanie had called in thinking that he was driving under the influence, so he got pulled over, and they, I guess they let him go because he was sober. He wasn't under the influence, but they wanted him to get the RV tuned up. They had to get the tires and a few things fixed up before taking that length of trip. So he took their advice, took that extra day or two to get ready to go and finalize the sale of the house and stuff. And then in that couple days, that's when stuff went down. So it really makes you wonder. And then I guess too, like, because the Xanax and stuff was involved, but as far as we knew, he had been taking randomized drug tests and stuff. So he'd kind of been avoiding everything that he wasn't supposed to do, aside from, I guess doing the huffing again. But there was a thing with, like, the dad and the sister being found and having, like, Xanax in their system, and the sister, I believe, had, like, partially dissolved capsules found in her esophagus, or her esophageal canal, or whatever they called it, showing that it was like she hadn't even finished getting them down before she was passed away. So it kind of seemed like there might have been some foul play there, but nobody really ever looked into it. And actually, both brothers had talked about that. So, I mean, it really just, it still makes you wonder, because there is still so many, like, contradictory accounts of it. And then with those crime scene photos that Jane had uploaded, his mother Jane, and that TMZ had reported on, and whatever other platforms had reported on. There was a lot of like inconsistencies there too, where if Betty, the housekeeper, had pulled him out of the tub, that he would have there would have been more water on the floor, and there would like things would have been more disheveled and covered in more of like the gunk that was floating in the tub with him. The fact that his like the clothes, like the where the clothes were and the state of the clothes, the fact that they weren't wet, the fact that he was in the tub with clothes on was questionable. So that kind of added to the theory that he probably was brought in from, like, maybe he was in the pool, but then it was brought in and then placed in the tub. It was questionable too because Betty didn't want to let in the neighbor that was a paramedic nurse or some kind of practicing nurse, practical nurse, whatever the fuck it's called. A nurse practitioner, sorry. She was trying to get in to give him medical care before the cops and the ambulance could even arrive, and she wouldn't let them in. So that was kind of weird. There was just so many different things that seemed so, like, it just seemed not right. It just didn't line up. And then so many different varying accounts, and so many different people coming out of the woodwork saying, oh, they were his best friend and this and that, but then you never heard of him or never saw him. Like that Gary Matatian, whatever, how you pronounce it, guy, working on a club. Yeah, I don't know what you got in mind. I don't know. We'll talk, I guess. But I got so many freaking things going here. Like, I don't know. You have to tell me what you really got in mind and what we can do here for that. Oh, fuck. I barely keep going on what we got here. But thank you for that. Thank you for the donation. And yeah, we'll talk. We'll figure it out. I gotta figure out 75,000 things too still. But we'll get there. We're getting there. Hey, Vixen, you made it. How are ya? Missed a bit, but just popping to give love and support. Might have to hop off in and out. No problem. No problem. I understand. Everybody busy. And it is a Friday night. And we'd kind of stopped doing the weekdays. We got just doing the Sundays. So it's sort of a surprise stream for you. He always looked at the baby. He always look at the baby weird. Have you noticed that? What do you mean he looked at the baby weird? I mean, maybe just like in awe and like kind of like perplexed. Plus, pills in the esophagus could be undigested vomit. Fair. Could be. But I guess like pills in the esophagus like that hadn't made it to the stomach. Like there was no stomach fluids or whatever. Like it was something weird like that about it. I'd have to go back and see to know exactly what the wording on it was. And they both told it like a slightly different version of it, but it was something to that effect that it was more like it hadn't made it to the stomach. Like she was mid swallowing when she died. So like unless she was just doing handfuls and choking him down, Someone was there before the ambulance. Yeah, like, so Betty was there. Betty, the housekeeper, had been... Okay, so this is the fucking craziest thing about it. Earlier in the day, there had been a wellness check, actually. So, like, way even before this. There was a wellness check that went down, and the cops came, and they talked to the housekeeper, Betty, and she said that he was fine, that he was upstairs, and she was about to bring him his coffee or whatever, right? So they never even made contact with him, but they took her word and they left, okay? Then later, there was a neighbor had called and said they thought somebody had drowned in the pool, or something to that effect. There was one clip, there was one news report that said something about drowning in the pool. Then, next thing we hear, oh, he was in the tub, and yeah, when the neighbors, somehow people knew what was happening already, like they knew something was going on, so the neighbors had gone over, before the cops had even arrived, the neighbors went over, banged on the door too, housekeeper came back, opened the door, answered the door, and she was hysterical, like, oh, he's gone, and she was like going in and out and like acting kind of crazy, and she wouldn't let them in, and they were telling her like it was the neighbor's husband and the wife, or the husband and wife neighbors, and the nurse wife, and then the guy, whatever, they were both there like wanting to help. So I'm guessing this is probably the neighbors that saw that there is something going on, that there was some You know, maybe there's a possibility that he was having a reaction, like, started to overdose when he was in the pool, and then he got up and came in the house and then went into the tub to, like, I don't know, who knows, people do weird stuff when they're on drugs, so it's possible that all of it is true, but it's just different accounts of it, right? So anyway, so the neighbors show up and they're banging on the door, like, we can help, like, let's try, like, we can resuscitate him while we're waiting for the paramedics, we know CPR or whatever, like, we know how to revive him. And she shut the door on him and locked him out. She wouldn't let them in. And maybe, like, I don't know, you could argue maybe she didn't understand, but it seemed like she understood pretty perfect English. But again, we didn't really see much of her. She'd only shown up in that final 3 weeks because he needed help getting stuff finalized and cleaned up with getting rid of his house and packed up and trying to still do his streams and still keep up with everything, right? So, yeah, so people have questioned where, like, the origin of this, the housekeeper, because apparently it was, like, suggested by a friend, so people have wondered, like, well, who's this friend, and what's, you know, where she actually come from. I guess she was, it was, like, an act of service, that she was, like, a refugee and staying in, like, at a church or something, or it was an outreach program through a church, and so then he had her move in, and, like, it was a whole weird thing, right? So there's all these layers. There's all these really weird layers that are still unanswered. They're like, even with the documentary they released, even with the tox reports and the final autopsy report, which maybe we'll dig into that too, because I have that saved somewhere too. Thank you again, Rochelle. You're all right with anything you know? Yeah, we'll figure something out. I can't think of anything right off the top of my head, but I have been looking at starting some kind of podcast thing, and I kind of did like a test run with a friend the other day, and I recorded it and whatever, and I don't know if there's going to be much I could use out of that. It was more just to see how we'd get it set up and how it would look and whatever. So I have been thinking about doing something like that, so with that I could get kind of some guest people on for that, and, you know, and if you guys, one of you guys or a couple of you guys want to get in on that, and there's a couple other people I've been thinking about asking that, you know, to get a varying opinions on stuff too, like different people have different knowledge on different things that all kind of connects together with and relates to stuff that we're talking about here, right? So that maybe will be something we can get a rotation, get you on the rotation for that, but I got to get that going if I'm going to be doing that even. So many think that he was crazy, but there was definitely more that was going on. Well, yeah, because, yes, exactly, Amanda, because then there was diving into all the stuff with, like, the cyber terrorism that was going on. Like, he was basically being, like, gang stalked and cyber harassed constantly, and, like, having weird shit sent to his house and just having people creeping up and, like, sneaking up into his garage and just doing things, all these people doing things to make him crazy. Like, he wasn't crazy, but he was going crazy, you know, like, that I could say for sure. And you dig it. Excited to see the stream pop up in your feed. Yeah, right on, Vixen. Yeah, I've been trying to get back on the regular schedule here, which actually I don't know if I updated that part of this ticker thing too. Yeah, because we're going to do the Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. Start trying to get on it at least best I can. But like I was just saying, I got 1,000, 100, million, 25 things going. You didn't get the notification either? Yeah. Hey, Twiley. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I don't think the notifications went out because it was slow going here, getting you guys coming in. And I did a post, too, to hopefully... But I don't know, YouTube's been weird a little bit. Things kind of been dropping off, and I think I may be flying a little too close to the sun or something. Said the wrong thing or did the wrong thing in one of the videos, so I've been starting to try and, like, test with unlisting certain videos. I don't know. I've had it happen before, though, like when I was back talking too much about, like, MK stuff and stuff. There's certain things they just don't really want you talking about, you know, and then as long as it's on your thing, it affects the whole channel, you know. But it's up to you to figure it out. I don't know. Maybe that's not it. I don't know. Maybe it really is just fluctuating because weather and everything's getting nicer too. Who freaking knows? But anyways, yeah. So yeah, I've noticed that too. Though the notifications haven't been going out like normal either, so it's kind of annoying. But whatever. It is what it is. Hey, Jamie, you made it too. Everybody's finally starting to make it in here. Yeah, that's it though. If the notifications don't go out, it's It's a matter of it coming across your feed or whatever. Yeah, the water thing around the tub was weird. Absolutely. You probably have the date and time. Oh, man. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you're all over that, Ibiza. You've got, like, the deep dive research on like I do. You like to go deep. I wonder, too, if he went to the bathtub because it was, like, a safe place knowing... Well, that's what I was thinking, like, because when you're... Well, yeah, if you're having a struggle with drugs and you're going in a way, sometimes getting in the tub and with cold water can help kind of, like, bring you back around. You know, and there's different ways to kind of try to bring yourself around when you're in it, but if you're also going to be puking and making a mess, also maybe a good idea to be in the tub. Like, there's obviously various reasons to put yourself there, but definitely there's a lot of questions around. Okay, so well, why was there earlier reports saying about a drowning in a pool? Then if he was drowned in the pool, how did he make it to the tub? Or, you know, like, just the wording of the different reports and the final conclusions of stuff. It was just weird, you know? And it's just gotten weirder. Like, I think we were all hoping that the tox report and the autopsy report would give us, you know, some kind of closure to an extent. But it didn't. It really very much didn't. You have the timeline? Yeah. Well, we are going to go deeper on that, too. Like, I want to do the follow-up to the overall stuff. And then, now that I've started the Celeb Mystery Deaths Series 2, then I'm probably going to do an episode on them for that, too. And just cover it in as many ways as we can. Because really, like, with this kind of shit, it's so easy to discount it. Like, oh, he was just he was an addict and he had problems and he did it to himself and he made a mistake and... you know, whatever, and then that's it. They discard him, and it's the end of that. But there was so much more to it, and I don't, like, from the get-go, I didn't want to see him going down like that and being his legacy, you know? Especially when he's leaving a kid behind. You know, his friggin' son is never going to know his dad. All he's going to know is from what he sees, what people talked about from these documentaries, you know? So if more of us are speaking out and talking about, like, the truth of the matter, or getting us closer to the truth of the matter, and not this, like, sensationalized shock value, whatever, fluff pieces, right? And then, yes, why do so many celebs die in the tub? It's because they like their alone time. Well, and again, too, I think a lot of people, when they're using certain substances, can be enhanced. What with your blood vessels being expanded with the hot water in a tub, you know, you go get in the tub and it kind of helps the high, I guess, to an extent, scientifically speaking. Or they're put there because that's less of a mess, you know, if they're having an overdose situation or they're having some kind of reaction, right? Or, I don't know, there's so many different theories, there's so many different angles on it, and who's really gonna know except that freaking housekeeper. But then she was like gone. She got her belongings like that day, all her belongings, and then just like disappeared. And then because she was homeless, who knows where she ended up? Who knows which facility or, you know, refuge place, you know what I mean? Like they're all over the place, especially in major cities, you know. And I don't, like, she might have ended up going back towards the major city because Lancaster, California is not really a major city, but if she headed back to LA or whatever, right? Mental note, showers are better. Fair. But if you're, like, just trying to get in it and under it, like, I don't know. I was thinking something happened by the pool first, then moved to the bathroom. Yeah. Well, that's it. Like, it's pretty much confirmed there was a situation at the pool and then the tub. But whether or not he put himself there, moved himself, like, dragged himself out, like, and maybe that's why the neighbors called, because he was, like, dragging himself out of the pool and into the house, and it seemed odd. Or other people were bringing him in. And then he was in the house, but then the housekeeper shows up and thinks he's sleeping or whatever and is just doing her normal morning thing. The cops show up, she's like, oh no, like, he's just upstairs, like, he hasn't even done his morning yet, like, everything's fine. They leave, she goes to bring the coffee, finds him in the tub. So then, who was there before that is the question, you know? But, you know, Melanie and then the Gary guy showed up real quick right after, and he was saying, like, oh, best friend, but he wasn't. They showed up pretty quickly after to collect a bunch of his stuff, and they were taking things out of the house, so, and then, you know, with the Check the Star guy that was hanging around after, and, you know, there was all that drama and gossip and stuff going on amongst a lot of the people that were hanging around at the time that were benefiting from them or enabling them, or, you know, we've had the discussions, you guys know. You've got this covered, Ibiza. You guys all got this covered. We all got this covered together. It's a team effort. Used to run in the bathroom when I was drunk or messed up. Yeah. Or if you're going to be sick or something, like, just to get in the tub and rinse yourself off, you know, or if you've already been sick onto yourself, like, to rinse your clothes off and everything at once, you know. And if you're not able to stand in the shower or whatever, and you don't want to hit your head or something, the best thing to do is, like, get in the tub, run the water. For sure. For sure, you're not wrong. Like, we gotta think, like, what's the saying? I think it's Occam's razor or whatever no, maybe I'm mixing up two different sayings. There's, like, the path of least resistance, I don't even know. Something about the truth. The thing that makes the most sense is probably most likely to be true, or whatever they say. I don't know, I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Usually I can pull quotes out of my butthole, but not today. I'm pretty burnt out this week, and my brain's not as sharp as it usually is. But Jamie, you know, Jamie can attest to my brain sharpness. My memory and everything's usually on point. Yeah. Yeah, it'll probably be the easiest way to start anyway, and it won't be with video or anything, because they won't want to show faces or anything either. And I kind of am, like, staying incognito, so. And then, like, I think Jaya was saying, like, because she's got the podcast thing going, and she was talking about, like, she was asking me about the podcast thing and if I was thinking about it getting on Spotify, so I might find out more on that also, but, it's all things for down the line. They were saying that he had a sugar daddy that owned the home, and the sugar daddy passed away, and that's why he had to move. Really? Actually, you know what? I still have this thing. I wonder. I have this. Let me see if this will even bring anything up, actually. But there's this thing. I had already paid for a freaking month of it, so I may as well use it as much as I freaking can. To get, like, documents and background checks for this other video I'm working on. Let me see. And it does, like, it shows stuff about, I don't know. We'll see what it'll tell me. It's all different every time. And I don't know if any of these. Oh. Okay, hold on, guys. Bear with me a second. I want to see if it has. Who are these people? Okay. If it has more info about the real estate stuff. Was this it? Valley Vista Drive, Lancaster? Yeah, I guess it would have to be the only Lancaster one. I guess I could let you see what I'm fucking doing here, guys. Hold on. I'm just like, I mean, I guess at least you guys can see something. It's not nothing, but I may as well let you see what the fuck I'm looking at right now, since I'm describing it as we go. And it's all part of this deep dive. Come on, thing. Okay, hold on, guys. Sorry. I'm going to reposition ourselves here. Boom. Okay, here we go. Now I can actually see what I'm talking about here. Alright, give me a second. Let me catch up to the friggin' chat here. Because, yeah, I'm going to investigate that sugar daddy thing. And because it does show the address, so we're going to see what... Oh, yeah. Oh. You actually might be right here. Hold on. We're going to look into that. That's a little... I mean, this is all stuff we would have been digging into with the follow-up thing anyway, but hey, whatever. We may as well touch base on all of it and see if we can't find stuff right now. Hate barf, so I'll go into the bathroom a second. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And sometimes just getting into the tub's easier than, like, trying to aim and get it into the toilet. You know, that too. Saw the post, but you didn't get the update about the live, I mean. Bleh. Yeah, it's lame. It's, yeah, for whatever reason, the notifications are upsy-downsy. So all the more reason, make sure you've hit the little bell after you subscribe to make sure you get the notifications. And also while you're at it, make sure you like this stream and share it too if you know anybody that might be interested. And yeah, oh, there we go. It tells you everything. Click the bell, all the stuff. Gotta remember to just click that thing and have it go. Hey, 420, you made it, buddy. How we doing? How's your day going, or your week so far? Yeah. You haven't heard any updates about Nick's charges? Yeah, we're going to jump into that too, for sure. There's not really too many updates. We thought there was updates, and we thought that they were saying that they're going to be televising it or something to that extent. But I guess that was just some rumors. I think they're waiting to have it switched over. They've submitted to have it moved to California instead of, what is it, Nevada or wherever they are right now. So that's going to make it take a little longer, but I think right now it's actually looking like really in Nick's favor, which is kind of shitty to say because, like, you don't really want to discount victims, but there are people that are going to, you know, try certain things in some ways that, you know, might be based a little bit on some truth, but not completely true, that can do a lot of damage. And then in the long run, it really, you know, it can damage the credibility of victims in the future. If, you know, this whole thing goes through the trial, but they find that it wasn't true, then it's going to make a lot of people more afraid to come forward about stuff, and whether or not they're going to be taken seriously, you know, because it is that easy to come out and say whatever stuff and have it go to trial, and it seemed like this whole big thing, and then still nothing come of it, whether it's true or not, you know what I mean? So, keeping that lifestyle up would mess with anyone's head. Oh, for sure. Well, and he lived, like, everything was on live, right? Like, he had so many things that was just wide open in public, but then, you know, there was a lot of secrets too. You know, there was a lot of stuff that had started resurfacing there in that final year and a bit, you know, talking about stuff that happened between him and the sister, and just stuff that, you know, just how abusive they all were with each other, you know, and Nick with him, and just, like, the whole thing was messed up, how they used to give him alcohol and pills and whatever random stuff, and it was like this joke, and he was just this kid, you know, that to the point that he had like stomach issues or whatever, and he had to go to the hospital before he was even legal age, right? So there was a lot more going on behind the scenes the whole time than anyone ever knew, and he started coming out and talking about stuff, and I don't think anybody really liked that, you know, between the record companies, between, you know, his management teams, people in his family, Nick, Sony Records, because Nick, yeah. But he had even started coming out and saying stuff, so I mean, it is possible he's made mistakes and done wrong to women, but whether or not he's done wrong to the women in question, I don't know. We still got to dig into that and go. I got loads of documents and stuff still to dig through. And Aaron's actually really embedded in the trial. There's a lot that they're putting on the situation and stuff that Aaron had said at certain points in time. And because he came out to support Melissa Schumann at one point, but then near one of the final streams he did, he had said that he apologized for for taking her side, and that he doesn't believe her anymore, and that he supports his brother Nick, and he apologizes, and he goes on this whole thing. And that's something they included in the trial too. So definitely we're gonna go probably into both those things. Like, it'll be like a full-on Carterverse follow-up when we do the follow-up video. Google Docs is your friend. Yeah, Google Docs is awesome. And that actually, yeah, if you're doing it that way, that'd be the best way, because then we can like all be on the same thing and connecting and leaving notes and stuff. But yeah, so this sugar daddy thing, okay, so it does kind of maybe seem like you're right, because, or at least like, I don't know, because they might have just moved. Look, when did he get it? Hold on. November 2020. So I guess these people didn't live there anymore, but it doesn't mean that one of these people didn't own the house still in such a way. Like, he could have been added onto the title, maybe. But this is also just the residence. Doesn't necessarily say. So let's go down deeper here. Hold on. Okay, we don't need all of this. Can we make this smaller? Location details. Okay, here we go. Okay, so he did buy it in 2020. But that doesn't mean that this guy... You might be onto something, Lemonade. You actually might be onto something. Because this guy, it's like a trust. It doesn't mean that he didn't just have it put into Aaron's name. Huh. I don't know what to think about this. I'm gonna look into this guy a little more too, but I just was checking this out a little bit. Yeah, because it bounced around from the same guy a few times too, which is a little weird. And apparently paid in full. Sale price full. I'm guessing. I guess that's what that means. Who's that? Okay, let's go deeper. And from Florida. Which they, like, lived in Florida before, right? So they had ties to Florida for sure. Oh, the plot thickens, guys. A lot of people have the misconception that cold water can shock a stopped heart. Nope, doesn't work. Does the opposite. Fair. I mean, yeah, maybe whether it works or not, who knows? But like, it's definitely something people do. Like, it's something. It's a common misconception, I guess. Like, enough people think about it or try it or whatever. It's in a lot of movies and stuff too, like the salt injections and then in the tub and whatever. Like that one movie, Candy, I think it's called. What a little performer. Always a little performer. Yeah. He sure was. He sure was. We'll get back to that video in a second. Into the... What were... Like, the loop or whatever. The background video we had going. But I just wanted to dig into this a little more because... That was an interesting thing you said there, Lemonade. And, I mean, there is situations where it could be completely platonic and it's just somebody that wants to be, like, a benefactor to him. So it's not necessarily implying that they had any kind of sexual relationship. But yeah, it looks like this guy moves around a lot. Bachelor of Engineering, Aerospace, Aeronautical. Interesting. And there's the other associate. Yeah, because it was two grown men and an older woman. This guy and then these two people here. And this guy, which we don't really know who that is, but that guy shows up here. Oh, man. we could go so deep on this. I don't know how deep we want to go tonight. And this is all stuff we'll end up going into in the follow-up video anyway, but it's kind of like an advertisement for coming attractions here. Yeah, see, that's weird, because then the location history was... or unless they just own a bunch of different places. Yeah, because then here's Valley Vista Drive, Valley Vista, one in Palmdale, Lancaster, another one in Lancaster. This guy's got a bunch of places in Lancaster, whether or not he moved each time. But yeah, I guess that's where he would have lived afterwards. I don't know. I mean, I could see where people could get to making that rumor based on this, what I'm seeing here. Because, like, this definitely seems like an older, wealthy man. And if, like, I don't know, who's to say if he actually paid for the house or wasn't just given it, but then it's on paper saying that it was a full cash sale or whatever. I don't know. Okay, previously owned. So maybe he doesn't own them anymore, but still. No, I don't want to go away, please, thank you. Yeah, there's definitely something weird here, but I don't know how, yeah. Yeah, and then over to California. Huh, I don't know. Okay, we're gonna go back to the video now. Sorry, guys. I just thought it's very much a possibility based on what I'm seeing, is what I'll say to that. Because that's, yeah. You love the Winona video, by the way. Right on, and thanks for giving JD his props, too. Yeah, no problem, Vixen. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I gotta do the follow-up to the Johnny Depp video, too. And go deeper into all that trial stuff. I got clips on clips on clips of that, like, I've been putting that off for time, but I think it's time. It's been long enough. He was so good live. He did a backflip at the show you went to. Oh, wow. That's cool. It's cool when you got all these memories too that you get to keep now forever, you know, because it's never gonna happen again. So it's really special for those of you guys that did get a chance to see him or meet him or whatever. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up with you guys. I'm getting off track here. You had it up and you're up now. Right on. Yeah, you're gonna miss him and his moves. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of like a natural born performer, you know, and I think that's what ends up, this is how people, like, get taken advantage of, because they love it so much and they just want to do what they love, but, like, to what ends, you know, and at what cost? Oh, yeah, Rosie was alright. Rosie O'Donnell, she's alright. There's so much energy and looks like yeah, for sure. Showers do work if you need sobering up, yes. When you and her daughter was just horrible and that housekeeper was connected to the manager to Michael Jackson. Just a weird thing. Yeah, that's another weird thing, for sure. There's so many weird little things going on that, you know, that are kind of just waiting below the surface that paint a bigger picture here that, you know, of course they don't really want us to know, but we want to know, and we want the truth, and we want him to have justice, and we want Prince to be able to know the truth, and it not, you know, like I said earlier, we don't want him to just be discarded and dismissed as just another overdose, you know, like he did to himself. And I mean, maybe he did, but like, even if that was the case, there were so many different people involved that were like in his business and in his pockets and up his butt and driving him crazy, you know, all the cyber stuff, the harassment and everything. Like, there was so many different contributing factors that it's not like he really just did it to himself, you know? What's up, Jennifer? Welcome, welcome. Check's been coming up into lives and I watch him driving me crazy. Watch him come in here because he wants attention. Oh, man. Yeah, because I kind of fizzled off, and then if Melanie's not seeing him anymore, because they were seeing each other for like a minute, right? Like, he was at Prince's birthday and everything, which maybe I guess we'll let this finish, but I have clips of that too. I've got some clips of Prince and him getting bigger and some more recent ones, and then I've got some strange lives, Insta lives that Nick Carter's been doing that, like I said earlier too, it's a little weird, and it's like, obviously he's the older brother, so it was like, obviously Aaron Carter wanted to be like his older brother, but in some ways right now it seems like Nick is trying to be more like Aaron, like in the way he's speaking and what he's saying and how he's running the lives and stuff. It's like, it's a little spooky, and maybe it's just him, and it's you know, because they're related and that's just what it is, but it just seems like he's putting it on a little bit because they worked for Aaron, you know, so why not? But okay, hold on, we're almost caught up here, or maybe I'm not. Oh man, Jesus Christ. You heard about the sugar daddy thing too? Yeah. I'm upset the Lila chat channel was, yeah, and the Lulu Lime or whatever it was, there was a couple of them that ended up getting taken down. I mean, yeah, like, that's one of those things, there's pros and cons to everything, you know, like, at what cost for that? I'm so shocked about Bobby passing away like Whitney. Just for the experience, yeah. Hey, Spring Rain, you made it. How are ya? How you been? Not sure how they met or if it's true. I did hear that's why him and Mel were having to move, that it wasn't just them wanting to get away. Interesting. Definitely going to be digging into that more because I didn't even hear about all that. So, that's definitely a possibility. And if he, like, hey, whatever, it's a free house and, like, it's just, like, a fan and you're not, I don't know. I mean, he probably did have to do something for it, which is sad to say, but if he didn't. Yeah, Whitney, Bobby, Christina, they were all found in tubs along with many others. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's like a formula, the same formula over and over and over, right? You'd step on him. Yeah, you're scary, Rochelle. Remember when Whitney died? It was all over the news and social, but they kept partying downstairs. Yeah, that's messed up. That's so messed up. And the same corner, eh? That was the corner for Whitney Houston and Michael Jackson and all these really high-profile cases out there. They were all done by the same coroner, Ed Winters, and that was the guy that did Aaron Carter's autopsy, and they made it inconclusive and da-da-da-da. And it wasn't until he just died, like last month, it was like mid-March he died, and then it was shortly after that, then they're releasing the autopsy report, like the full report, the tox report, everything. So that was a little weird too. So they had like just replaced the guy, then it was a guy that would have no freaking clue about the autopsy or what went down or wasn't there for it, that took over as the LA County coroner, chief coroner. So that's another weird thing. You took a bath with your clothes on way back when you were super sick from being blackout drunk, and then when they say not to drink while taking... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you gotta be real careful mixing, especially with pharmaceuticals, man. Definitely. But for sure, it's a common thing. It's not unheard of that he would have put himself there, but it just seems unlikely from everything else that we know, you know? Vixen, that bothered me as a human being that does that, just parties when someone you're supposedly care for dies at the place. Yeah, that's so twisted. That's so freaking twisted. But it just goes to show how many people are there and around these celebrities just for the party and for the fun and to, it's, you know, having the experience by proxy, and it's not even about that person, right? Very similar to her role in The Bodyguard too, which was almost 20 years prior. Yeah, true. With Whitney, I heard the water was so hot it shocked her system that she fainted and that her heart gave in and she drowned. Huh. I mean, I guess it's possible, especially if you've already got drugs and stuff in your system, if you're doing blow and stuff too, and your blood pressure and your heart, everything's going on high, and then you get into that hot water right away, and like I was saying earlier about your blood capillaries expanding and expanding your blood and raising your blood pressure really quick. Yeah, it's possible. And if it was super hot, and exactly like Rochelle's saying that, you know, if you're really messed up, you don't feel the temperature, so it could be enough to shock someone without them even realizing, you know? You know, Jennifer, I think that's all what we're concerned with. And just the fact that, I guess, Sony owed him money, too, and he was trying to break off and do his own independent label. And it was just a constant uphill battle against people trying to smear his name and smear his efforts, you know? Oh, yeah. And then plus that, which there is that argument, too, that he only took it all back and retracted his support for the victims when things were getting really bad, and that he thought that things, like, that someone was out to get him. Like, when he started getting really paranoid and started always showing the guns and talking about how he's got this security and he had the dogs, and oh boy. Yeah, well, like I said, Jamie, man, like, I think probably it wasn't that he was taking it back voluntarily. I think he knew it was about to come at him, you know, things were coming down, it was coming to him. He had just got that, not just, but he had the dog, and, like, there was different things leading up to that showed that he was extremely paranoid and really concerned for his life. Oh, no jumper. There was something that came out, actually. I meant to discuss it with you guys at some point, and I never got around to it, but there was some claims that he had, philandered, or whatever, what's the word, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a soft word, whatever, but, was talking to 16-year-olds, so he's fucking one to talk. Already he was an addict at one point, and be sitting here talking down to addicts, fucking on your high horse over here, like that last interview with Aaron was so friggin' rude, but then you're out here talking to fucking kids, like, come on, sit there on your shit. He kicked Aaron while he was down, yeah, let's call it for what it was. Exactly. He was so friggin' rude. So friggin' rude. And, like, the whole thing was so cutting the whole time. Like, you're just jealous, bro. Like, shut the fuck up. Anyways, someone got a blind item, and it was supposed to be a dude from Texas. Oh, well, he might have ended up in Texas, but there was some connections to Florida. If I went farther back, maybe it's also Texas. I don't know. But definitely there was other, and you know, some things line up for what you said. It could be very possible, but he can't say for sure. You didn't see the No Jumper episode? You heard that he was high during that interview. Yeah, well, that was a rumor that they had him on lean and stuff. Was it that interview where they were trying to make it like that? Yeah, that he brought his own cup and he was on lean, but they'd given them the cup and it was grape soda. And he was trying to say it, like, in the interview, like, you gave it to me, like, what are you talking about? But he was implying that Aaron had brought it and stuff. There was some weird stuff about it. Yeah, there was a few weird things about that interview. And then he came out to, like, double down that, oh, yeah, like, after Aaron had died, he'd like, yeah, well, he was definitely high when he came to the interview, and like, fuck off, man. I'd want to get high after having an interview with you and getting treated like that, man. And then, like, the thing with the chain, they made this whole thing and made it a joke, but it was, like, a legit chain, and he was just so giving and generous and kind and trying to, like, be friends with everybody, and people were just making a joke out of him. Like, no wonder he was driven to fucking escape. Didn't the homeowner die, and that's why he had to move? Can look for the obituary. Well, technically, okay, the last official owner was Aaron Carter. According to records, it was Aaron Carter, but it's possible that it was just put into his name, because a lot of times, too, like, people with these big companies and with different corporations and stuff, they want to, like, filter, if things are about to hit the fan, they want to filter out their assets, so they still have them technically, but not. So the deal probably was, I'm going to put it in your name and you're going to sit on it for a while, but technically it's still my house. kind of thing, you know? So then, yeah, when he was ready to take it back, potentially, hypothetically, like, obviously this is all speculation. The trust too, I can't touch it either. I'm too young. I think I need to be 55. If AI understood duality, it could keep up with the discussions. Oh yeah, like dual conversation. That's how humans will prevail, because we're able to keep up with that. Got news to tell everyone towards the end. Uh-oh. Well, I hope it's good news. But yeah, well, you can tell us right now if you want, but if you want to wait and save it for, like, the show and tell portion, or, you know, the final chit-chat at the end, we can do that too. Keep us on at the edge of our seat here. Lemon's reminding me, I haven't checked the blind items lately. I love reading those. Yeah, I used to check them, like, religiously, to be honest. And I think people are still pretty sure it's Robert Downey Jr., which that's another one I got to do a follow-up video for. Because that video, the documentary he did about his dad filled in a lot of gaps about his childhood and about different things that I kind of had covered in the video, but I couldn't necessarily confirm. House's only listener, Aaron's name and Melanie is on there as a tenant. That guy was probably just a guy that kept flipping the house. That's possible too, yeah. Lemonade, not lemons. We can call them lemons for short. Or her, sorry, or them, whatever. Fucking whatever. So contractors kept buying back the same houses. Well, that was it. Yeah, they're like in that. Hold on, where did it go? Did I close it? No, I didn't. Right on. Okay, let's go back to it for a second. Let me pause this. On here, it showed it was back and forth like a bunch of times. Like it was sold back and forth to the same guy a whole wackadoo of times. Here. So here, this Raymond Clucks Living Trust. Clucks, Raymond Living Trust, Raymond Clucks, Natalie Handy, Clucks. So, yeah, like back and forth, up and down, then Aaron. So it is possible this was still this person's property, but Aaron was holding it for him. Like, here, you get to live in it for free for a year, but when I want it back, you move. Kind of thing, you know? So that is also, like, yeah, there's it's a great possibility, but, you know, because all the signs are kind of lining up, but we can't really say for sure what their relationship would have been, or if there was any actual contact that in such a way. Ah, that's true, Eighth Wonder of the World, and welcome back, buddy, by the way. It depends on where they're at. The area isn't the greatest. Also depends on how people feel about the celeb dying in the home. Yeah, well, that's like, it's like, I forget what they call it, but it definitely taints the property. There's a certain word for it, I think, but yeah, definitely leaves a smear on it. Would make it worth a lot less than it would have been had he got out of there first. Or just not died at all. Like, that could have been cool. Maybe we could have just had him not die. That I would have preferred that. Got some news concerning your mom at the end. Oh, no. I hope she's doing okay. I know she's been going through it. Oh, you can't leave us waiting on that now. You gotta just tell us. Tell us. I hope she's okay. I hope this is good news. No one lived in yours. You bought it new, resold it, huge profit. Right on. Yeah, like the new builds. Yeah, of course. It could be an investment, too, and then just had him stay in there. Like, who knows? Or Aaron bought it as an investment fair and square. I mean, again, we're just discussing and speculating here. No one really knows for sure. But either way, exactly, like, yeah, what you're saying there, Jennifer, that the death either way doesn't sit well. Seen people buy coffin. Yeah. Oh, yeah, goths, they love that shit, right? Nick does seem like he's copying Aaron. Yeah. Yeah, it seems a little weird, like, in the lives, like, his mannerisms and stuff, and just some of the stuff he was saying, and he seems like he's really trying to put on the image, too, like, he's, like, being... I don't know, it just seems false. It kind of seems false, and it kind of seems a bit like Aaron, and it's just weird. We'll get there. Kind of just letting this play through while we're discussing, but we're going to probably take a break soon. I'm going to catch up the chat, and then we'll flip over to the other presentation stuff I've got. Like I said, I've got a set of clips of Prince, Little Prince, and his progress, and where he's at right now. and then a set of those lives with Nick, so you guys can see for yourselves what we're talking about here, if you haven't seen him already. Probably thinks about Aaron every time he does lives. Oh, for sure. Well, that was going to be the next thing I was going to say is he definitely doesn't look like he's doing great. He definitely is either on medications or he's crying all the time. Like, he really is not looking like he's in a good place, but, you know, you can tell he's fighting it back and he's trying to make the most of things and putting that smile on and the whole, you know. Has anyone read the toxicology part? We've got it here somewhere. We can bring that up. But, I mean, the long and short was saying, like, oh, he had Xanax in his system, he had been huffing, the gas was found in his system, and also the drowning, that all of that in his system sedated him and depressed his organs and everything to a point that it was then a drowning, which it all is contradicting what they initially said. The initial reports, the initial autopsy report, the coroner, Ed Winters, what he said. Yeah, I hope so too. It's gonna be so easy for her to like she's just set for life either way off his back, no matter what. But it's gonna be so easy for her to keep him and thrust him into that limelight and keep him in the same pathway, you know. Hey, typical commenter, welcome back, bud. But yeah, there was that too. Jane got arrested, which that was so sad, man. Like, that whole thing and the whole details of that. Basically, what was happening was she had watched the documentary and she was all in her feels, and she'd been drinking and playing. She started playing some music on the TV, presumably Aaron's music, and she was playing it pretty loud. I guess her husband, you know, needed to be up for work the next day or something to that effect. Which, okay, I understand, but if ever there's a time to have a freaking meltdown and to be having, you know, acting out in such a way, it's then. And I guess they ended up having altercation, and she tried to attack him with the remote, so she ended up in the drunk tank for the night. But it was only a $100 bond, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But you'd think, you know, knowing the situation and it being your wife, and if she's really going through it to that extent, like, just let her have her moment, let her cry it out, let her have her Aaron Carter on blast, you know. It was crazy, all this stuff, the guns, etc. It was used as evidence against him. Well, that was the thing, too. All these things he was doing to try to feel safer for himself and to feel more secure in his home and, like, to protect himself and his family, like his wife and his kid. All of those things, yeah, ended up being used against him and made him look crazier because nobody else really could see what was going on. And you know, unless you were right there with it, you really couldn't see it. It did make a guy to seem crazy, right? But once you applied the reality with, you know, with the cyber terrorism and, you know, having the doxing and having, you know, getting kicked out of restaurants because he'd have people call in and make false claims about stuff that he was doing on the live stream. You know, just all those weird things that were happening all the time and just infiltrating his life when he was just trying to do his friggin' life, trying to make his music, trying to do his tours. He had people that were, like, following him around at every stop on tour that were with like mean signs and just like heckling him the whole time for like a whole leg of the tour at one point. So that was like, it's just like, why are people like that? You know, why do people get a pleasure out of other people's suffering? Just don't understand. Okay, I think we're just about caught up on the chat here, and then we're gonna take 5. I almost never get caught up though, because right when I think I'm caught up, it keeps going. But that's part of it. It's all good. Love that you guys get so involved and so into it. Mellow M to the P to the... Uh-oh. What am I saying? I don't even want to read that. I don't know what you're trying to make me say. Hey, Chico, Santa Cruz, how are ya? All his interviews with Aaron were rude, and AC gave him one of the highest viewed videos. Yeah. Well, that was the thing, too. Like, Aaron was doing him the favor and giving him the clout, really, technically, and then he was, like, treating him like crap after and talking down to him and, like devaluing him and just, oh, it was disgusting to watch, man. Really behind on the chat. Jeez, okay. Hold on. We're catching up. There were 2. One with the dog. Yeah. Yep. It's concerning my mom. I'll wait until the show and tell portion. Well, I hope she's okay. Like, I hope this is good news. I'm hoping this sounds now maybe like it's good news. If you're willing to wait, it's not, I'm getting some good energy from it. I think it's a good news, so this is good. Hey, Gin Magic, how are you, buddy? You made it. Just thought of him, too. Yeah. Where's our out of the hood program boy? Yeah, Oliver. I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is tonight. He's taking a night off. Do you know about the close extreme fan Jennifer? She would buy him a lot of expensive gifts and would even buy him lobsters and things like that. Huh. Yeah, it's a little strange, I guess. But, I mean, not really. It's, you know, some people got money and then they're a fan of somebody and they want to... That's what they want to put it into. Like, some people don't go out drinking or partying or do vacations or anything. They want to invest it in people that they're fans of, you know? Like, there's not really anything bad about that, but... I guess it just depends on, like, if there was this sugar daddy situation and if there was, like, that kind of situation. It depends what's happening on the other side of it. Like, what kind of exchange is really happening? Is it really just out of kindness and out of care and support? Or, you know, you really never know. You never know what's going on behind closed doors. Your mom talked over the phone and the docs were able to take out her trach in her throat and it was a plus and she was losing weight and but gain weight back soon as oh good. Oh, really good. That's really, really good. That's awesome news. Yeah, because there was like a whole struggle with that, getting it out. And she was waiting for it. Oh, so this is good. Okay, good, good, good. You had me worried for a couple seconds there. Yeah, I hope he's okay. I wasn't trying to be too rough on him. He has been ruffling some feathers to some of the ladies in the chat a little bit. He gets a little bit abrasive with some of the things he says. And, you know, we're all entitled to our opinion. And it's, you know, all fun and games. We can make jokes. But you got to have a limit. That's all. So I kind of got a little hard on him. So I hope he doesn't... think I'm too mad at him. Because I'm not mad. I'm looking out for the whole roost here. How do they rule out drowning and then say it was drowning? I know. Exactly, right? Fun in the chat room, especially Tessa's chat room. Yes, sirree, Bob. Okay, this is always weirded me out, but on the weirded me out the way young Aaron is hanging all over Nick. Like, what did Nick do? Well, that was it, man. There was weirdness all the way down. Like Nick, my figuring, and I go into it in that video that I've got pinned, was that Aaron and one of the middle sisters had something going on, and when he moved out, the sister turned on and started stuff with Aaron, and then I'm pretty sure that would be the one that ended up dying, Leslie, because there was always like, it was like hush hush and they wouldn't really specify. It was kind of back and forth and up and down, but it's pretty clear. It seems pretty clear, you know. And then Leslie had gone to Nick for help at the end, and wanted you know, there was something there. There's something happened there. There's all these weird little overhanging things that were about it from what they would say, and you kind of have to fill in the gaps yourself. But there was definitely inappropriate stuff happening between the siblings and in the family. Who knows even if the parent, like, what's going on with the parents. I mean, now that I've been reading into this friggin', I don't know if you guys saw about like the Menendez case coming back out, maybe going back to trial and whatever. The two brothers that were the sons of a big RCA studio executive that killed their parents, and then they said that because the parents were physically abusing them and sexually abusing them and stuff. So you really freaking never know, man, because then where's the other kids getting it? But then on the other hand, Nick did grow up at the bar. The dad did own a bar for a while there early on before they moved to Florida, and he grew up in the bar, and he would have seen all kinds of shit, grown up shit happening around, and then going home to act it out with the sister kind of thing, you know? Who knows? But we know that stuff happened, and then the rest is just, you know, it's speculation. Shit. I'm never catching up. We better just take this 5 minutes here quick, because I do got to use the facilities here. I've been holding it. I had a whole big, giant coffee here. But then, yeah, I got to refill the coffee too, and I'm sure you guys could do the same. So yeah, maybe we won't even do 5 minutes. We'll do 2 minutes, because otherwise the chat's going to get way too far away on me here. But yeah, so let's do a quick break here, and then we'll get back to her. Here, I'll pause this too, so it doesn't get too far away on us. But yeah, right, there is like, and he's on, yeah, we'll talk about that more. Let's not get too carried away. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue this. And we're back. I guess we don't really need this to be that fuzzy. There we go. Hey, Fluff Squirrel. Welcome, welcome. I think Nick was a great parent figure. Was like a parent figure for him. Well, that too. He ended up being like a parent figure for all of them. Especially after the dad left and started a whole new family. And kind of left them all to their own devices. And then the mom was an alcoholic and doing pills and whatever the heck she was doing. So then, yeah, the older siblings were like the parental figures and doing things like parents do with each other, which was messed up. But like again, like they didn't really have the supervision and the guidance and the support. They were just all used like products basically. Like even the sisters to an extent. Okay, come here if you want up then. Okay, let's come here then. Okay, freaking little dog here. Coming to say hi. Gotta steam my derby dress for boozy brunch tomorrow. Okay, that sounds like a lot of fun. Hop back on when you're steaming. Awesome. All right, do what you gotta do, Vixen. Having that trachea is traumatic. Yeah, that whole thing is like, she's got to probably really happy to be done with it and have it out. Try to summon Oliver. Yeah, hopefully he's good. I hope he's alright. I really hope he didn't take it personal. Oh, yeah, the shoes. Friggin' right. I gotta, like, I think I'm gonna have to go to the facility to pick them up with the, because there's, like, the import fees or whatever, and on the site it's not working. And if I can't do it before it gets here, they won't just leave it, and I can't do it at the door. So then I'll have to go to the friggin' facility. I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. But at least it's somewhere. It's arrived in the fucking country. It's got through customs. Everything's good there. That's kind of how it happens with some stuff, though. Like, because I ended up having to order them off eBay, right? Because my size was gone everywhere, and I had to get it from somewhere that would ship to Canada, too. But some eBay people, they like, the way they wrap it and pack stuff, it kind of looks suspicious sometimes, right? So you never know if it's going to end up getting caught up in customs or what's going to happen. The whole family had an odd relationship. I mean, look at Angel and Nick, too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, well, when you watched House of Carter, she was always, like, rushing to his defense. Like, the older sisters would be talking about him and making fun of him or whatever. And she'd be like, oh, like, I think he's a good cook, you know? Like, yeah, kind of in that way. A little bit odd. Yeah. Hey, Kelly, how are ya? You made it, too. Oh, shit. Then the chat just jumped. I was just getting caught up. There it is. Being so loving towards one another here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really behind on the chat here, guys. I'm sorry. We're catching up. I'm going to give Nick any allowance for bad behavior. It would probably be the fact that he essentially had to be the parent or father figure for all of his siblings. Yeah. Well, that's it. Like, you know, he's obviously made mistakes and he's not perfect, but there's so many things that were happening and so there was so much pressure and stress put on him. Just finished Elvis, the new edition, and Bobby Brown movies are all very good. Anybody know of any other good movies? I've been under the weather and looking for something worthwhile. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hope you feel better soon. Fuck, what have I watched recently that was really good? I don't even know. Pretty much everything I watch is to do with, like, this. With something to do with something, you know? Something to do with a project or something that we're following here. I'm drawing a blank. Usually I got good ones off the top of my head, but really pretty much everything I've watched lately has been, yeah, like documentaries and stuff and interviews and whatever. Huh. I'll try to think of something. Something will come to mind here eventually. I mean, any good comedies from like before 2005 you really can't go wrong. Getting your dinner ready. All this stuff is crazy. No child should be hurt like these kids, and I believe the brothers. Yeah. Well, and it's probably worse even than what they're willing to let on, you know? Like, you gotta think the stuff that they're talking about and willing to say publicly is gonna be only so much, you know? There's probably way more to it. Just no one's touching that one. What? My twin sister who always tries... What? Yeah, no, come on now. Like, we're literally talking about these kids being abused to the point that they're, like, not understanding. Like, that's not really funny, man. Come on. This is, like, they're abused, you know? Well, hopefully there's nothing else going on. I can't think of... Like, I don't think he would have been that affected by anything that happened here. So hopefully nothing happened in real life or anything. Oh yeah, it's way too late to order. Well, maybe not, because it is Friday. Did he time out? I don't know. He was still here. I only timed him out. I don't think I shut him off completely. Maybe I should check. Where are we here? Yeah, no. It's all good in the hood, so I don't know. Yeah, it was just timed out. And he was being a little extra, so, like, you know. But not, like... Yeah, it's hard to find anything good to watch. Fuck, what did I watch the other day? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm just, like, brain fogged. I'm so, like, burnt out this week. I really am still drawing a blank. Oh, that's a good one. Blast from the Past. With fucking, what's his name? Brendan Fraser, that's a good one. Shallow Hal's a good one. That's one I watched the other night. That was a good one. Mean Girls is always a good one. The Ringer is good. Okay, they're all coming back to me now. Oh, this is coming up as a copyright thing, so we're gonna skip this clip. Freddy Got Fingered. It's always a classic. 13 Going on 30 is a really good movie. Road Trip and Euro Trip, both good movies. I'll think of more for you if none of those caught your ear yet. Yeah, no, that's true, Jennifer. Yeah, that, like, definitely on the show, and then they join forces with the restraining order thing. Like, she definitely just follows suit whatever Nick wants her to. But he's probably supporting her financially, too. Really, when you think about it. Because then BJ and the mom are off doing their thing. And then it's just Nick and Angel over doing their thing, right? It's a true story. I wasn't making fun of anyone in the music. Okay, well. Yeah, he could be working. We usually don't do, Oh, maybe it's the music. Hold on. Let's skip this. I'm getting a copyright thing. And usually, I think these... Oh, it's back to this. Maybe that's why. Let me skip along. Oh, I went back. Fuck, what is happening? Here we go. But it's super weird that Angel's now in charge of... Yeah. Well, she did all the things she was supposed to do, so she got her reward, right? Like, Nick doesn't need the money or anything. He just needed Aaron to not be calling him out, you know? I'm sure he's alright. He didn't seem too off-put. I don't know, though, because, like, maybe I missed something in the chat that happened. It's like, yeah, I did time him out a couple times or whatever, but he didn't seem too bothered by it. He thought it was kind of funny, I thought. Like he was getting a little bit of a thrill out of it a little bit, you know? You don't think you'd miss a stream, that's what you're freaking about. Well, if the notification did go out too, and like I said, it is an off day. I haven't been doing the weekday streams. Hopefully he's alright. On different subject, do you have the Brittany Murphy interview on the Bonnie Hunt show? Interesting. No, I don't know if I came across that. It was actually really hard to find stuff on her. I feel like the more that there's like... You can kind of tell, I guess, how do I put this? You can kind of tell they're kind of trying to go out of their way to leave things in the past, so to speak, you know, with certain instances. Like, I can find all this stuff about a certain topic from, like, the 70s and all these clips and stuff, but then with the Brittany Murphy thing, like, just as an example, trying to find certain clips and for certain time periods for her, oh, man, it was, like, pulling teeth. Yeah, he just needs a little taming and like he's figuring out where the boundaries are, you know, is where my figured is. He's figured out the limit, figured out the boundaries, and that's totally cool. But yeah, I don't know where Misty is either. She's been busy though too. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Siobhan yet. It is still early though. Some of them end up coming in later in the evening too. Yeah, as far as I knew, he was getting a kick out of it, so I don't know if it was anything happened here, but then yeah, so just maybe something happened in real life, but hopefully not, and hopefully he's good. I didn't think Aaron was off the rails. He just put himself out there on live. If we all went on live as much as Aaron, people would be picking... Oh, definitely. And, like, he kind of was making himself an easy target at some cases when, you know, when he was... had a few drinks and stuff, and he'd get popping off. Like, you can't feed the trolls, you know? It's like he didn't really know better how to interact and how to keep control of the room too, and he was getting eaten alive left and right, like online, and then in real life people started attacking him in real life, and holy shit, look at that, we caught up to the chat. Yay, we did it. Oh yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Kelly. Hospital broke it back on. Yeah, shit. Yeah, you're on the mend too. Everybody's falling apart. But yeah, that was it too. I just, like, that's the limit, really, is, you know, we can make jokes and we can whatever. Like, there's not really, like, any topics that are a hard no, really. But when it comes down to, like, picking at people or being a bully or whatever, like, yeah, we don't want that. Because that's exactly it. You know, somebody like Aaron had all these bullies and all this shit going on, and we see where it led, you know, so we gotta choose kindness. Choose love. Exactly. Thank you, Aaron. Love. Love album. Which was actually a fucking banger. But yeah. Yeah, it's just sad though. And like still now, like I really just feel for the kid. Like Prince in the like the grand scheme of things, it really just comes down to being Prince is the one that's gonna be the real victim that's really missing out and really. And, you know, he's going to his whole life's going to be pretty screwed up. You know, we think that Aaron had it hard. I can just see it now. You know, like, there's only so much support around there. And, like, with the influence of Nick and Angel, and then Jane's kind of in there, but she's going off the friggin' rails. Yeah, big shiny love to everybody that needs it right now. Wait till Ollie sees how much he's missed here. Yeah. Everybody's loved and needed here, for sure. We got a great group here when everybody's getting along, that's for sure. But yeah, no, exactly, Amanda. Like, he's never going to know the truth. He's never going to get to know his dad for who he really is. He's just going to know from what everyone's telling him and from the stories he hears, from the videos he sees, from the lives when he's watching him go crazy, like... Without the context and without really seeing it three-dimensionally, and for what it is, it's going to be so easy for them to mislead and make him believe, you know. I don't know why my computer's making that noise. Are you doing a donation or something? What is that? I don't know where that's coming from. Computer. But that's it, right? Like, we don't know exactly what he's going to know and what he's going to be told and what he's going to be led to believe. In order to, like, control him, too, right? Like, the amount of gaslighting and stuff Oh, is this the, oh, I think it was my email thing. Is this you, Quill? Or no, hold on. I don't know. I just gotta, okay, whatever. I'll attend to that after. Never mind. One sec. Now I lost my chat. Hold on. Oh, there we are. Okay, good. Yeah, alright, it is this. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Alright. I thought so. I thought so. I wasn't sure. Cause then, yeah. Alright. That's the hubby, I'm guessing, though, then. That's why. Okay. Alright. Quite right. Bloody well right. You got a bloody right to see. Yeah, Biza! Fuck yeah, MVP tonight! Yes. Yes. Very good, very good. Shit, yeah, and then this weekend I can start read through that and start the bare bones of the next script here and start filling all that in and fleshing her out, and oh yeah, it's happening. And then whether or not the trial gets televised, that's going to be ramping up, and we'll fine, because we're going to end the follow-up, and it's just one more thing that we can touch on and include, and you know, just one more angle to add, because as you guys know, we try to stay pretty neutral baseline and covered all the angles and finding the common denominator of the truth as best we can, right? Yeah, definitely, Jennifer. Like, for sure, there's definitely and I might just skip this because I don't know, this is like running longer than I needed it to. And I only watched little bits and pieces as I was kind of putting them together because I wanted to make sure I had everything ready for you guys and ready. Oh yeah. Okay. On that note, we'll flip her over here. But yeah, these are mainly from April, like this most up to date. And definitely he seems a little bit like they either have him on a ton of medication or there's something going on with him. He's using or drinking or something. I don't know exactly, but again, we're going to watch and discuss together and see if we can't come to... I got the sizing on that so wrong. That's okay. We're going to make this work. Or finger it out. Okay, and then this has sound, so let me turn this down a bit so that we can hear.
Look up. I need a hair.
Like, look at his face. You tell me this is a man that is sober and healthy right now? First off, right off the bat. That's what I was worried about for us all. So glad he was willing to make the documentary. That way we have details, dates, time. Yeah. Well, that's the beautiful thing that like you got in with the timeline, and then we've got people sending links with the documents and stuff, like with the court stuff. Then I've got all the images and all the footage I've got, all the clips I'm sitting on, like all of our stuff, everybody together. It's gonna be great. It's gonna come together in a big way, and it's gonna be awesome. We're a good team already.
Haircut.
Let me start that again. He says about his haircut.
Look up. I need a haircut. Look at this. Oh my god. This is what kids will do to you.
I'm actually going to just turn the music right off, actually, so we can hear him better. He even sounds like Aaron, though, too, like in a spooky way.
You wake up like this, 6 a.m. in the morning, the first thing you gotta do is get up just a little bit early, because when they're up, you're done.
I mean, it is possible that he's just woken up and he's just got the sleepies, but he kind of looks out of it like as if maybe he's still awake from the night before at 6 a.m. now.
Basically nothing you can do. Nothing you can do.
Just wait, though. Like, even more so. Like, they always did, but you just wait and see. Like, the soft tones that Aaron used to do that were, like, more genuine, though, when Nick does it, you'll see what I mean. Like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just overanalyzing, but...
And listen, hear this? So Saoirse's up, but then, of course, let's see. Hold on, let's go and see, where's Pearly? Is she up? Is it this one? Oh, I don't even know how to work these things. Hold on.
Well, I mean, it's almost strange for him to be in this good of spirits with it being still, like, only 5 months later or 6 months later now. Like, he... I don't know.
Let's go to 2. Maybe it's on 2. Let's listen.
Yeah, like, it's all none of it seems genuine, I guess. Like, fake happy, fake kind of putting it on, sort of kind of trying to play it like how Aaron would doing his lives, like, which kind of makes sense too in a way, because he'd watched him doing the lives and that's who we kind of would be learning it from. Like, okay, yeah, that's what worked, let's do that. And maybe he's starting to get a taste of the whole thing too from the other side now that he's doing lives and things. You know what I mean?
Is Pearl up yet? I don't think so. But anyways, I'm gonna start making...
Yeah, his eyes look real glassy. And even if he was just waking up, like, I don't know. He's definitely on meds, but I mean, like, it's kind of like, it seems like he's abusing them, possibly. Or just hasn't been sleeping at all, and he has lost some weight, too, you're not wrong. Like, definitely at least 15 pounds, and it shows, yes. Yes.
Breakfast. Wait a minute. She's not up yet. Guy. She's singing. Let's go get her up. Oh my gosh. It's too early for this crap.
Well, and just, like, the format of it, like, this was Aaron. Aaron would get up and just whatever he was doing all the time, doing lives, right? Where Nick was never really doing that before. He wasn't, like, chronicling his whole life this way, anyway. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. Correct me if I'm wrong, obviously. Yeah, like, in a way, maybe. And maybe it's, like, a way to, like, he feels closer to Aaron this way. Like, maybe he's, like, doing it as, like, a legacy thing. Like, letting his legacy live on. Like, I'm gonna take it over for you, bro. Like, I'm gonna do it for the fans kind of thing, maybe, you know? Like, I want to see the good intentions in it, obviously, but I don't know. You can see the pain in his face. You can see the pain in his eyes. You can see that there's suffering. Whether there's even any drugs involved or if he's not sleeping or whatever the case may be, there is pain. There is sadness. Like, very deep sadness. Like, just here, like, you can see, like, it's such a forced smile.
Are you up? Good morning. Bless you. Good morning. Do you have your kitty? You got your kitty? And you have your... What is that? Is that ducky? Yeah. That's your ducky? Oh, goodness. All right. What do you want for breakfast? Do you want some pancakes or waffles? Pancakes or waffles, sweetheart? What do you want?
pancakes and waffles.
You want pancakes and waffles? Can we just make one choice? Let's make it easy this morning.
Hi, Sissy. I think. I don't need to get you out. No, Daddy, get me out.
I'll get her out. Saoirse, I'll get her out. Say hi. Okay, fine. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna get them all prepared. Then I'll make breakfast with them. All right. I got some really.
Okay, like seriously though. Seriously though, like the personality, like it's not even just the voice anymore. It's the personality, the mannerisms, like he's like the youthfulness even. Like, and then that the softness, the voice that he's putting on when Aaron would put his soft, gentle voice on, you know what I mean? Oh, it's just like it's next level kind of spooky at this point, I guess. You know, it's total Aaron vibes.
Cool news today. I can't tell you what it is right now, but I'll tell you in like.
But yeah, so basically, we're not going to sit here and watch the whole lives. Don't worry, guys. You're not in for it. I basically got like 5-minute chunks of a few different lives. One of them might be a little longer because it was like a little bit iffier, you know. But just to get an idea of like these are kind of throughout this past month or so, just to kind of see where he's at, because he's like definitely not in a good place, for sure. And yeah, exactly what Twilight just said right there. He might have been even more in denial in the start, and like it might have still not hit him completely. Like he was probably still in shock about the whole thing. And then now it's starting to really hit him like a ton of bricks. And no matter how much medication you put into somebody, they're still gonna feel their feelings. You know, they're still gonna feel down if it's a real heavy duty thing and you're not addressing the root of the issue, and you just keep drugging yourself, because that's really what it is. Like, it's no different than doing this. Like, I mean, obviously it's more controlled and safer than doing street drugs, but you're just still doing drugs and trying to escape and numb out the situation rather than facing it, right?
My shoe. No, these are my shoe. No, these purple ones are mine.
Girls, no, wait. That we can share them. Guess what? We can share them. Hold on, let me see what. Well, can she have these ones?
Yeah.
They sent these to us. They're called Jaybirds, duh. They're called Jaybirds.
Can I wear it?
Can you say thank you to the people who sent it to us?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so these are Jaybirds. Looks like, I think those will fit you and those will fit Pearl. Right, Pearly? All right. Okay, they're both yours. You have to have one of each for both kids. Because if you don't, they'll fight over it. Okay, I'll call you guys in like maybe.
Goes to show he's not ever been normally doing lives regularly. I'll call you guys back. Like, you're not on a video call, dude. You're on a live. Fine, but yes, okay. But definitely, like, throughout, there's so many little sprinkles of Aaron showing through, and you guys are all right, really. Like, it could be a bit of everything, you know, like that it's his way of kind of like maybe he's channeling him in such a way, or he's feeling like it's making it close. He's feeling closer to him by doing the lives. You know, it could be in a way like a tribute, or he's trying to fill that gap. Like he sees that there's a void to be filled. That it's a perfect opportunity, because not only is he going to have his fans, but probably a lot of Aaron's fans that would have been following along are now following along, watching what's going on with all this, right?
15 minutes. I'm going to get the girls ready. Bye.
I need ice cream.
You want to know what I'm doing right now?
I think this is a different day now. This isn't just after. This is like a different day now. It was like once every few days. There was like one on the 9th, one on the 11th, another one on the 19th. It's like, it's little sections of time. Whenever he's doing them, really, like, there's only so many, right? But I'm just letting you know, I'm pretty sure there's a different day now.
I need ice cream.
Again, still though, look at the
So-
face and the eyes, and like, again, we'll see how he's behaving and his voice and...
I'm hanging out with my 2 little frozen princesses. And when Saoirse was in school today, I went to the store
His pupils even look pretty big in this clip.
And I got a new dresser for her, and it's a princess dresser.
Hey, role playing, welcome back. And also, yes, also that I saw that they're looking to do like a hip hop or a rap record now, like. So that's the other thing, is it's like, not only does it feel like he's taking over his spot online, you know, like with the lives, and he's probably doing TikTok and stuff too. Maybe, I guess, maybe not, maybe just the Instagram for now. But then yeah, he's trying to take the sound. They're moving into that sound space, which it was all his own sound. Like he was making it and producing it himself. So that's what makes it like I could see maybe that Nick would have been more jealous and looking up to Aaron in some ways, because where Nick had worked up to and got to at 15, Aaron walked into at 7, and then he grew up all around it, and everything he was learning was all music, and he got all the production equipment and had his own little studio set up before he was even 15, right? So then he was able to go and learn all these things and be his own producer, and like all of these skills and talents he learned, in some ways it was because of Nick, and he owes it to Nick, but Nick in some ways would probably have a bit of resentment and a bit of envy because of that too, because he was always be just trying to keep on his line, right, like in the way that he was going, but where Aaron still had his whole life ahead of him and had so much more skill and experience, right, where Nick still would be having to rely on producers and stuff, right? So I don't know what to think about that, but yeah, I meant to mention that too. That's awesome you brought that up, roleplay, and thank you so much.
So we have this bed for her, right? And I actually installed these little curtains on here. So, and they, she actually feels safer here. So what I wanted to do was get something that actually matched this bed, because it's a bunk bed, right? So this is the new dresser. What do you think?
Oh, thank you, Jackie. What even is that? It's like a rolling pear. Or something. Is it a pear? Some kind of fruit. Roll on the floor laughing my pear ass off. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you.
Hey, girls. Do you like it?
Yeah.
But also right away, like, using his kids to boost the stream too. Like, he's really trying to push, like, on one hand probably like using the kids like, hey, look, it's something else dynamic to bring to the stream, but then like kind of also as the character thing that I was saying earlier too, that he's kind of maybe trying to show a good image, like a good dad image with these trials coming up too. So maybe it has less to do with the Aaron thing and kind of filling that hole, but then more so that he can jump on the lives and keep putting out this persona and like, look, I'm with the kids and I'm doing this and I'm doing, like, I'm gonna make them pancakes. Like I'd seen the next clip, I think, or at some point there's something he's saying about pancakes and he's like making a breakfast, and it's this whole thing, like exactly like trying to give those the Daddy Dearest vibes, but that doesn't feel genuine really at all either. Like, okay, so you did your daddy duty for fucking 25 minutes to do a stream, but then what are you doing the rest of the time? Because it looks like you're on drugs, you know. And again, it's all speculation. It looks like it. Doesn't mean he is. He could really just actually be tired because he's chasing around these crazy kids all the time. I don't know, but...
What do you have there?
Soda?
You shouldn't be drinking soda.
Yes, he did.
No,
you asked me.
I never asked
Also, is the one not his?
you. Okay, fine. Yeah, I said you could. So yeah, I basically
Well, do you like my new jacket?
got this new dresser for Saoirse. This is Saoirse's room.
Mine.
What's this?
This.
Girls, don't fight. Hey, Saoirse, she just...
Oh, gee.
And then, like, also to show, like, that he can control his temper. It's like he's purposely making that be a thing, too, you know? Does that make sense?
Come here. Let me see it. Where's it hurt? But where's it hurt? Well, where's it hurt? Show me. Right there? Okay, give kisses. Is it better? Kisses always works, I guess. So let Pearl, like, she just wants to see it, okay?
Yeah, right on, Jackie. I'm glad you're enjoying it and you're enjoying the group we got going here. We definitely do. We got a really good group here, and everybody's pretty chill and no judgment zone, and everybody's kind of got their own shit, so we all got a level of understanding in these different topics we go over. So definitely happy with the vibe we always got going, and it's always nice to have new people joining us and feeling the vibe and fitting in with the vibe. So thank you again, Jackie. I'm happy to hear it. Sounds like you are accepted into the group. Everybody seems to be glad you're here too.
Okay. And then it's your dresser. Okay? I'll give her her own. So, can I have a sip?
I sit too.
Can she have a sip?
No.
Can you be nice and share?
No.
Please?
But he's gonna.
Yeah, like it's fully just like there's not really any other purpose to this except to be like, look at how good I am at conflict resolution. Look how good I am with my kids. Like, look, we got them these fancy little things. Like, we're so good with the kids. Like, look how much I have it figured out, She
won't drink it all. She'll have just a little bit of sip. I promise. Can I have a sip? Can you share?
Well, may I be so bold as to suggest that he got them dressed up like that on purpose too? For the sake of the video, for the live.
You can't be nice? Okay, do you want to give it a minute? You maybe think about it? You want to think about it?
No.
Pearl just wants a little sip of this soda.
No.
Okay.
Stop.
Okay, well, anyways. I gotta deal with these ones, but I just want to say I love you guys so much. I love you all so much. Okay? Say goodbye. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye, Pearly.
Bye-bye.
Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Oh, now you want to say bye.
Yeah, definitely, like, yeah, I don't like that either. 420, that's a good point too, like, using the kids, putting the kids out there just to, like, yeah, it just seems unnecessary, and it's all kind of putting it on. It's all to put on a show, is kind of what it feels like to me, for sure. But yeah, like, even right there, like, you can kind of see the difference in how authentic and genuine the appreciation and everything is, how involved he is with the streams and with the people versus how Aaron was. You could tell that this is, he's putting it on, and maybe it's like a fake it till you make it, and he is trying, maybe genuinely trying, like maybe the intentions are genuine, but yeah. Anyway, there's more. Just wait, there's more. I agree, although I like seeing Prince grow, I don't like seeing him thrust out there for all to see. I agree, and like, I was grabbing up some clips with it, and it's, I just, maybe we won't even watch them then, because I kind of was feel that too. I was like, I don't like that she's just putting him out here, like, the way Melanie's been putting Prince out for the same thing, like, in the same way, like, for the clout and for, for the likes and the clicks and stuff, because, I mean, fuck, it's a given, right? But, I mean, how can you watch the progress and keep a watch out for him without consuming that material either, right? It's kind of complicated. It's like, it'd be better than not seeing anything about Prince at all and wondering if he's okay and wondering where he is and what's going on with him, right? But then at the same time, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Hey, you made it, Misty. I was wondering where you were. I knew you were around, but then you weren't here. So I thought maybe you didn't get the notification. I think a lot of yous didn't, but we're making it somehow, some way.
Say hi to all the people in the world.
No people will.
No, there's so many people. There's a lot of people. Okay. We love you guys.
shoes like pearl.
Uh-huh.
The purple one.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get, and that's it.
That's...
And then
Well then, so maybe we will watch it. I have like a few clips of him I collected that are like more recent, and he's walking around and he's doing stuff, and it's just, you know, it's a little update, like since we've been watching for this whole time and kind of keeping on it.
pearl. And then that's it.
Okay, let's see it. Okay, let's see it. Make sure.
This is mine.
We'll make sure it's nice and safe up there. You don't want to make. You want to make sure you save it. Okay. Here, make sure. Put it right
This
there.
is mine.
Well, that's Abram's. You gotta say. Put that right there. Okay.
No, it's mine.
Oh, just play with it then.
See, the patience isn't necessarily as genuine as he lets on, you know? You what? Oh, man. Holy fuck, eh? One thing after the other. You didn't get the notification, you gotta call the police. My lord. Why are they calling you? Why is that your issue? That sounds like a him problem. Maybe that's heartless. That's not very nice of me to say, but you got a lot going on. Hope that arrest is ultimately a good thing. Yeah, like maybe, yeah, could be that that's a good thing. I hope. Well, the documentary, the Hulu documentary, that's gonna be your homework after this or whatever streaming platform. There's a few different spots you can find it. But the documentary, pretty much everything was saved for that. Like any footage and interviews and whatever she's been doing was saved for that documentary. So there is some good stuff in it. I still don't like. I had mixed feelings about it overall, and it's still not really the whole story or as good as it could have been. But the parts that they did have, like for that stuff that wasn't really publicized in anywhere else, it's in that documentary. Like, and I guess that was all part of the plan. They've been probably working on it that whole time, you know, and waiting till the final talks report came out to ultimately put it out, right? Hey, welcome back, Angel. That's my life. Oh, yeah, I guess so, technically. Yeah, true. True. Yeah. Just waiting for her to see his true attitude. Well, this is it, right? That's why I slapped this together, because I was like, I was noticing some stuff, and I'm like, I know you guys are gonna pick up on this. We're all one mind almost in this regard.
Can you be gentle with it? Can you be gentle with it? No. We don't do that because it's a necklace. You don't want to break it, Saoirse. We don't want to break it, okay? Can we just put it right there and not do that? Because you don't want to. That's something important, okay? Okay. You either wear it, don't twirl it around because you don't want to break it.
Oh well, yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing too. Is with Lauren, right? Like, she's about to get like a lot more of a taste of her own medicine because she kind of like brought some of the cyber harassment stuff upon Aaron in such a way, right? So now, like, all those people needed something to fill their time, and it did start kind of turning on Nick to an extent. So, I mean, this could, you know, go one of, you know, several different ways at this point, especially, like, who's holding on to more guilt, who's, you know, what are their intentions, what's the motivation of what everyone's doing now, because, you know, they've started all these different charities, and, like, they kind of, like, they've been using it to push certain events and certain things, and, I mean, it's being included in the Nick trial, right? So,
It has beads on it, okay?
Huh?
It has beads, and this can break. So you don't want to twirl it around. Okay? Okay? All right, can I make your breakfast, please? Who wants pancakes?
I do.
You want...
Looking at the camera thing, too, he's doing, that little thing he just did, that's an Aaron thing, 100%. And, like, but not genuine. Like, he's definitely, it's like he's studied Aaron lives and is trying to put it on best he can, you know? Got tearful and felt somber watching the doc, but it didn't have as much substance. I'm glad they dissected the people getting Aaron shows. Yeah. Like, they touched on that stuff. Like, they touched on the hecklers. Like, they did touch on some of the stuff. So I was happy about that. And it was moving in such a way. Like, they did do a good job with some of the clips they got. Like, it was definitely more than I expected in a good way. But definitely it was everything I expected the other way. Do you know what I mean? Like, it didn't have the depth, and it didn't have as much substance as it could have. And, but that's why we do what we do here, you know? That's why I go on such dirty deep dives on stuff, and we'll take so long doing, you know, a video like the Brittany Murphy thing. That was not ever supposed to be as long as it turned out to be. I mean, most videos aren't as long as they turn out to be, but, like, I'm going to go all the way to the bottom of that rabbit hole, and I'm going to explore every side, you know, side tunnel and new opening and whatever. Deep, dark, bottomless pit holes. Yeah, you're going to watch it. Right on. I mean, over the next few weeks, and, like, probably actually the next few months, we're going to be keeping an eye on the Nick stuff, and any other new developments with the Aaron situation with Prince. So you'll have your chance to let us know what you thought about the documentary, too. Not to worry, won't be all for naught. And it is worth a watch. There was definitely some stuff that filled in some blanks, and, like, other footage and interviews and Melanie's thoughts and some stuff. And, like, I don't want to give too much away now, too, for if you're going to go watch it. If some of you guys still haven't watched it yet and you're going to go do that. Lauren donated to... Yeah, exactly. He's not even worth saying his name out loud, to be honest. But yes. And there was, yes. Yeah, and he had him kicked out of restaurants and stuff, calling in, saying that they were, like, the Instagram Live people, and, like, that they were about to shut down their live because they were doing inappropriate things in the restaurant, but that they wanted to let the restaurant know. Like, dirty stuff like that, to have them banned from locations and, like, just to mess with them, right? It was a whole friggin' thing. And, yeah, Lauren was involved in that. There was definitely a few clips, a few different occasions that they were talking, and it was, like, even that was, like, an act. Because she was like, oh, like, it's not like we have a smear campaign going against him. But she's literally talking to the dude that's leading the smear campaign against him and terrorizing him and, like, leading the whole fucking group of harassers. You know what I mean? So that was all fucking out there. And they didn't really go into that stuff, obviously, either. But when you watch, if you've watched mine already and then you watch that, it's like they fill in each other's gaps. Whatever's missing from that one, I got. Whatever mine's missing, it's got. Like, obviously, I don't have personal fucking interviews with Melanie after the fact and so on and so forth, but... Yes. Thought he had a very strong legal team that stopped the family from harassing him. Well, that's the problem, is because they had employed so many external forces. It wasn't just the family. Like, the family, yeah, was pulling out the restraining orders, and there was all those weird things going on there, but then it was like... everyone else, and, like, people from his lives were being recruited to the dark side as they went too, because some people were just there to watch him lose his shit, right? And if they could help him do that, they, like, people were getting, like, bloodthirsty about it. It was messed up. Hey, HW made it. You worked restaurants that celebrities are? Yeah, so you know, you've seen some of the background stuff. Yeah, that's right. And then he revealed his alias, like his private celebrity name, like what they would put reservations and stuff under. Like, all of that's so just, like, overstepping. Like, celebrities are freaking people too, and I get it. Like, people want to know stuff and they want to be part of it, and once you're opening the door to, like, the interaction and stuff, like, it's gonna get people going and get them excited. But, like, there's got to be a friggin' limit, man.
You want pancakes? Say hi. Say hello. All right. Now the idea is I gotta kind of distract them.
Dad, can you put this on?
Yes, sure. Here, I'll put it on. 1 second. Okay? All right.
Yeah, seriously, like, fuck that guy. You know, like, what a fucking cretin. Skid mark of society. But definitely, like, yeah, she was, like, thrilled to be in on it and to be having, like, all this control, and it was all playing into this bigger agenda, right? It was doing exactly what they needed it to do, because they were trying to get a Baker Act and trying to get a conservatorship over him at one point, is really what it seemed like, whether they want to admit it or not, you know? Hey, Trishalicious, welcome back. They're going to be doing more episodes of it? Oh, I hope so. I hope they do, because they kind of just left it, Yeah. So that'll be cool. That'll be interesting. So then that's your, everybody else, if you've already seen the first part, that's your next homework. So we'll keep an eye on that. And I don't know, I was thinking of trying to do like a members only stream thing where maybe I can get some clips of it and we can kind of go over some stuff with that, but I really don't think we'd be able to get away with it on here. Not on a monetizable platform. If we're just doing it as a group for funsies, you know, then we can't, we're not breaking any rules, but gotta be careful what kind of stuff we're watching on here. Like copyright, we gotta be careful with that. Content ID, all that. The restaurant was in Park City, not too terribly far from where you live. What are you talking about? Oh, the restaurant they were at. Yeah, true. Worked restaurants celebrities eat at. I don't think people realize how famous Backstreet Boys are. All of the celebrities' backstories were at the most electric. Yeah, well, because it spans across generations, right? And then they're kind of like having their comeback now, and then they're like, they've absorbed Aaron, kind of, like, if they're going to be going that way with the new sound and going into the hip-hop rap route, and if he's doing all these lives now, like, it's kind of like a fusion. Nick is now a fusion of himself and Aaron, you know? That's still coming up, actually. Oh, I wonder what happened. There was another thing that was supposed to happen in March, and but I think that's still ongoing. I gotta double check on that. I kind of just let it all go because it was like, it's not even worth my breath at this point. You know, it wasn't worth my time worrying about it anymore. Like, he caused enough shit for me and just in here, and you know, we had all those trolls coming through left and right. Like, just for what I dealt with on the like such a small, like, insignificant scale, if that was on the scale that Aaron was and as consistent and like frequent and intense, I would be his mind should have been lost a year before. You know, like, the fact that he made it as far as he did and kept his shit together as long as he did was a fucking miracle.
Hold on. What are you? Oh, you got your bone? You got your bone? Good girl. And they distract you too. Yes, I'm distracted on all levels. God, I gotta fix this thing. I gotta get a haircut. I think I'm just gonna let it grow out. Maybe like let it grow out really long. Go down to here.
Like, see though, like, remember earlier, like that first clip, he's like, oh, I need a haircut. And now he's like, oh yeah, like, I think I'm gonna grow it long. Like, but okay, if we want to talk about it, since we do talk about like DID and like dissociative disorders and stuff sometimes, he could be different people sometimes when we're watching this. Like, right now he's like, oh yeah, like, I'm gonna be 15 again, but then the other one's like, oh well, I want my hair to be shorter, and da 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 da, you know, like, that was like a week ago, dude. Like, what's the difference, you know? So he might be going through it and splintering to an extent. Like, you know, we watched the Orlando Brown stuff, and we watched few different things, and you guys already know, it doesn't matter, but for those of you who don't know, we've gone over examples of what appears to be somebody splitting and having an altered personality in different times, in different interviews and whatever.
Like it used to look when I was like 15 or 16. Okay, I gotta get my act together. I'm gonna be pancake daddy today, okay? You girls want pancakes? In 30 minutes we'll wake up Odin, okay? Not pancakes. Alright, let's see. We've actually been doing a lot more gluten-free stuff in this house. This is better. Grain-free, gluten-free. You know, I just follow directions.
All right, on. Sorry. Okay, I I was checking out this document, Ibiza, on the side here while this was playing. This is freaking awesome. This is a really good freaking start. This the fucking family tree thing you got going on here. Oh yeah, you like went for it, eh? All the way. And then the steps to you went into like okay, yeah. That's freaking awesome. Awesome. I can't wait to see the rest. This is like freaking great. You're great. I appreciate. Big appreciate. Big shiny appreciate.
Saoirse?
Yeah, it's like a replay of the House of Carter's when he was cooking and they were all talking about him in the kitchen. And then Angel came to his defense. It's all coming full circle now, guys.
There's no reason to raise your voice to your sister. All right. Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, really, Trisha? Oh, man. Like, I guess, though, well, that's the problem, right? Because by the time people would realize what was even happening, it was too late. Like, so how do you document something when you don't know what's happening yet? You know what I mean?
Yeah, go to your room. You could play, like, with your toys in your room. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Take your sister.
Let it go.
That's the nicest, yeah, get the fuck out of here I've ever heard. I'm having hard enough concentrating and figuring out cooking as it is, and you guys all yibbering in the background is too much. Get the fuck out. That's really what he's saying right now.
I'm gonna make your pancakes. You like that? Pearly, Saoirse wants to show you some toys in her room. Pearl.
Yeah, that's like it's a special occasion, pancakes. But this is it again. He's putting it on for the thing. Like, look at me. I'm pancake daddy. I'm gonna make the pancakes for the kids. Look how great. Like, look how nice I am. Could you ever picture me being whatever XYZ that they're saying I am at the trial? You know, and maybe he's not, but it really does seem like he's trying to put it on extra on purpose. You know, to an extent.
Bro, Saoirse wants to show you toys in her room. Okay, you figure it out. Sometimes you just gotta let them like figure it out and not like intervene. You know what I mean? All right. If you're behind, if you're not ahead of the game and you're behind, it all falls apart. We know that though, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like he had like hard drives full of intellectual property, like everything he was working on, beats, songs, like unreleased tracks, like everything. All of that, who knows where that all even ended up, because like so many people were going through his house. Was somebody commenting under Charlie's comment with the G video who said he was harassing his kid or something? Yeah, there was like other people that were coming and sending me stuff, like people that were helping me on that video that had been, like part of that group and not realizing really what was all going down, but they were like kind of part of it. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but there were people coming forward sending me stuff, like evidence and stuff, or pointing me in the right direction with clips and stuff, and then those people were getting threatened and stuff too. Like it was messed up. And like I was getting threats. They doxed me and like, well, not technically because it was an old address, and whatever. But like it was like it got zeroed in on me hard in the same way that it was going on Aaron, and anybody that was supporting it was getting attacked too. And people were dropping off like, I can't be a part of this. Like this is getting scary and da 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 da. And I don't blame them. If you got kids, fucking right, I don't blame them. I'm like, I'll take it. I don't care. I don't got no kids, and like I can deal with this shit. I can set up my next layer of security here and take it on. I don't give a shit. Whatever, right? But it still didn't make any of it okay. I remember Aaron saying that Nick tried to buy songs from Aaron, including Fool's Gold. I believe that. Well, now he's got all the ownership because Sony owns all that, and Sony owns Backstreet Boys, basically. Like, it's different shell companies, technically. Like, it was a derivative, I think, that... or maybe it was still Sony. I don't know. I'd have to double check that. But it's all in the same basket. Let me see. I've got the... Let me see. I definitely got the autopsy report here handy, fairly handy. But I'll have to double check for this tox report because I do have that somewhere too. What are we doing here? Hold on. Let me pause this. Or no, this is pause. Let me derp. Let me bring this into over here. Okay, so this is like, I think I got the fuller version somewhere, but I'll put this up for now. 1 second. So gives you a start. Do 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 do. Brum 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 bum 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 boom boom boom. Okay, I'm gonna just like here. I'll leave it like that for a few moments while I dig through for the fuller version. Because I swear I downloaded like a PDF thing. I just got too much crap. Too many files. I gotta go through and organize some of this stuff. It's starting to get ridiculous here. Nope, that's not it. Okay, hold on. We're going on a hunt. Okay, here we go. This is the autopsy. I'm gonna have to keep looking for the talk support, but that shouldn't be too difficult to find. But here we go. We got the full autopsy to scroll through here. Just let me get her in position. Okay, I'm taking this down now, but it's fine. We're bringing back the full thing now. That was just the first page of it. And then we're gonna bring the whole window in. Okay. Where are you now, page? There it is. Okay. Ask and you shall receive. Oh, I gotta move this around a little more. Hold on. Hold tight. Hold tight. Oh, baby, hold tight. Okay, here we go. That's actually, I don't know why I'm singing while I'm fucking adjusting an autopsy report. That's kind of twisted. Oh, Lord. Kind of have to be a little disconnected to be able to do this stuff all the time, though, and always be reading into, like, this wild shit stuff happening to fucking these young people and kids and all the crazy stuff. I went to, do you, maybe you'd like my job? Yeah. I heard Check was Aaron's computer with all the music beats. Unsure if that's true. It's possible, because they were right in there after, and then, like, yeah, between Melanie and the Gary guy and Check and those few people that were really hanging on at the end. There's a channel called Winter Purple that put out a bunch of Aaron's blacklisted or unreleased songs together. Not the best quality. Oh, true. Yeah, probably because he was sampling them in a lot of the lives, and if you go through some of the lives, you can cut out some of them and get pretty much the good chunk of it anyway. Which, that whole, what was it, Cradle to the Grave or whatever was like one of the last songs he was doing. And then it's like, and he was sampling it and like talking to Check about doing the video for it and everything, and then like the week later he was gone. Yeah, I've got the autopsy for sure. It's up and it's ready to go, and we're gonna scroll through it here in a second fully and go over it. I'm gonna have to keep looking for the talk support, but we got this now for now, and let me just catch up with the chat too, so we don't get too far behind here. It's too heartbreaking to watch. Yeah, I feel you, typical commenter. It really is. All of it is. Aaron's estate was turned over to Melanie from Angel. She relinquished all of her rights after she left with his... Interesting. Blacklisted on Official 2 is the Love Part 2 album. Yeah. No, it's not even. Exactly. There's so much more. There's so much more, too, unreleased that he was working on. The Love Part 2 was a whole nother thing. It was probably going to be a banger. Like, that first album was great. And I don't know why it didn't come through as much, you know, like, it didn't gain as much popularity, but probably what they wanted too. Like, they wanted to wait and then have it blow up after when they had control. Aaron, he played a small room, love album, blacklisted. Everyone would be like, dude, you should be famous. Yeah, for sure. Winter Havens is going to put out music done with ACM Beat Slinger. True. What's this? That's the guy. That's the guy you guys like. That's no, that's the other guy. I can't keep up with all the guys. Jeez. Anyways, so the final autopsy report. I guess this is basically the autopsy and the shows the stuff at the end. Yeah. Yeah, so this is pretty much the main long and short of it. So the final thing was saying drowning and effects of deflor, whatever that is. Basically, it's the gas in the huffing container. And then Xanax, so submerged in bathtub after inhalation of compressed gas and intake of according to the investigative reports, this 34-year-old male was found submerged underwater and unresponsive in his bathtub. Medics responded to pronounce dead at the scene. Please see coroner investigative report for further information, which the coroner's report that ended up being attached to this was not the same coroner that actually looked at his body and, like, did the autopsy and the examination. It's somebody that had just got slid in there after a couple weeks ago because the Ed Winters guy died. Body is identified by toe tags and is that of the unembalmed, refrigerated adult male who appears to be the reported age of 34 years. The body measures 69 inches, weighs 133 pounds, and is normally developed. The body habitus is thin. Examination of the skin shows no jaundice. No prominent scars are identified. There are numerous tattoos. Goes through his tattoos. The scalp hair is blonde/brown and appears bleached. The facial hair is shaven. Examination of the eyes reveals brown. And the sclerae are white. The conjunctivi are not congested. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to read a lot of this. I'm going to let you know right now. There's no chest deformity. There is no increased anterior-posterior diameter. The abdomen is not distended. The genitalia are those of an adult male. The external genitalia are unremarkable. That's not a very nice thing to say. I'm sorry, that's not even funny. Extremities show no edema or joint deformity. There's no evidence of therapeutic intervention. Pretty much just goes through, like, there was nothing major. He did have, okay, so this is a little bit weird, this seems kind of like defensive wounds. He had abrasions on the upper lip and damage to the nail bed, like as if he, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of sounds like defensive wounds. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rochelle. You are the resident expert on all this. So if you could tell us more so about this. But that sounds to me like possible defensive wounds. Yeah, I think he's going to do it under Johnny Bravo. That's what I heard. Which, Nick, sounds like he's talking to himself. Yeah, we'll come back to that after the rest of that, but we're just going to go through this real quick for those of us that haven't seen it yet. Until the child turns 18, yeah. Oh, yeah, probably. She'll find a way. I think in the U.S. you can, but a mix of the jug bait in the cold case. What? Oh, like pancake mix? I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? I forgot that probably I'm still catching up from when the video was still playing. Oh, and it's RCA too? Of fucking course it is. Literally, I was just reading about that with the Menendez thing. It's so weird how when I go on side missions, like completely irrelevant side missions, it still ends up lining up with something that I've already been working on in such a way. Like, that's a fucking shiny moment if I ever saw one. Because that's a whole fucking moment for another day. I'm going to do a thing about that, though, so we'll catch up on that on another time. We won't do that right now, but of course it's RCA. Anyone know if it's true about him being found in the tub with clothes on? Yes, he did have the clothes on, too, so that was strange. But, I mean, when you're using drugs and doing weird things like that, you know, you never know where your state of mind is going to be with that kind of thing. But it does seem kind of questionable and it seems kind of like he might have been moved there. You know Trish. She's been around and has friends with AC for a long time. Yeah. So they had to get the legals in order to Sony and the could take. Well, yeah, because they owed him a bunch of money and stuff, and he was trying to take them to court or whatever for that, and he was trying to get money together to be able to pay the legal fees and to cover himself and be able to do everything he was doing. Still trying to do the tours and try to make more music and working with people, right? The butter is going to be burnt. What? Are you still talking about the pancakes? Okay, I'm going to keep going over here, and then I'm going to catch up back onto the chat. I hope you can confirm or not, whatever, this part of this, but we're going to move forward here. And then I'll come back to catch up with the chat. Neck organs are removed with the tongue. No foreign materials present in the mouth, upper airway, trachea. There's no edema of the larynx. So pretty much, I guess what they're saying is like everything seems normal. No abnormalities. No depressions. Scant fluid. No aneurysm. No, like everything seemed fine. Normal configuration. No cardiac valve vegetation. Like everything seemed good. Respiratory's good. What is this? Upper scant secretion. So this is pretty much saying there was no. Yeah, it's reiterating that there's no water in the lungs, but then it's saying he died of a drowning. Esophagus is intact. Liver smooth. Everything's normal. Kidneys normal. Genitals normal. Spleen is normal. Yeah. Endocrine. That's all the shit. That's where they keep the good shit. Okay. So that's them sending it off. There were no outside personal presence or witness. There you go, too. There was no witness to the autopsy either. So this final report is based on a person that is just going off the previous reports that were inconclusive, technically, because then he was cremated and there's no re-autopsy. And if there was no witnesses to the fucking autopsy, then who told the guy that's now the main chief coroner guy what really went down and what to conclude? Use the program laptops. Do not attend for 34-year-old male Aaron Carter was found submerged underwater and unresponsive. Medics responded, pronounced him dead. Pulmonary edema tested. Toxicology testing detected the presence of the gas from the huffing and Xanax. Additionally, antihistamine. So he was taking allergy pills and whatever that is. Maybe I don't really know what that is. It could be protein shake, I guess. I don't really know. Somebody want to look that up? I don't know. This is the gas commonly used as a propellant in air spray cleaners for electronic devices that can induce feelings of euphoria. Benzo with depressant effects. As currently known, Mr. Carter became incapacitated while in the bathtub due to the effects of the inhaled compressed gas and taking aprazolam, or Xanax. See, this is what they're saying, but I don't know. I'm still pretty sure it started somewhere else and then was brought to the tub, but based on the findings, this resulted in him becoming submerged underwater, unable to breathe, and ultimately led to his death. So he would have breathed in the water. Cause of death is drowning due to the effects of manner is accidental. Well, at least they didn't call it a suicide, so that's nice. But he would have had water in his lungs then, though. Right? Hello? Alright, so here we go. Let me catch up on the chat again here. Yeah, he had a t-shirt on. My nephews would have refused to eat his little boys. I made homemade bed home. Okay. Still on about the pancakes. Now I want pancakes. Fuck you guys. I believe Aaron had a t-shirt on. He was a chain, and he was in the tub. Not sure about. Oh, I think they took some of his clothes off when they pulled him out of the tub too. So I think there was more clothes on him when he was in the tub. But then when they pulled him out, and when the paramedics came, he had just the t-shirt and so on and so forth. Hey, you made it, Oliver. He's alive. Two things: gas and Xanax. Expected more in his system. Well, especially with the way they made it sound, right? Yeah, we're coming to the diagrams now. We're gonna catch up on that. I'm just gonna catch up on the chat too, because it gets so far behind if I don't. Yes. Yeah, we went through that in the reading part, and then yeah, we're gonna cover that now again. But exactly, those are defensive wounds. Those are defensive wounds, as far as I'm concerned. Gina, at first they said he was fully clothed, and then that was the first to say anything but a t-shirt and chain after the. True, and welcome, Gina. Yeah, fair. But this is it. There's so many different stories. That's what's like. That's why it's so freaking fishy, you know. And where are we? Oh fuck, we blew past 2 hours, guys. We've been so overdue for a freaking break. Okay, so I'm gonna just catch up the chat real quick here, and then we're gonna take 5, and then we'll keep going through this report here. Just thinking about how you still hadn't made it. Yeah, everybody was talking about you. Everybody was wondering where you were, and hoping you were okay, because it seemed like you left a little. You were a little off when you left last time. Dip ham and turkey sandwich in pancake batter and oh, buddy, you just made my stomach do a dance. Talking like that. That sounds friggin' delicious. Creating an audio file of Aaron's autopsy report too. Ooh, fancy. Thank you. I like that. What initiative? You're a go-getter. You are. That's awesome. You're awesome. That would be so freaking awesome. Yes, please do that. That would be so helpful, Abiza. And then they said that, yeah, Ed Winters said that Xanax was normal limits and not enough to kill him. Well, that was right, too, right? They were talking about it like none of it was out of the ordinary, and then it was just huffing, which, so that's why they had to go with, oh, well, that all led to him becoming submerged. But then that doesn't make sense either, because if he drowned, there'd be water in his lungs. Like, none of it makes sense. But they just, like, threw it out there, and it was like, okay, this is it. The end. Hey, welcome back, Bowser. Haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, his new music was really decent. It was really good. He would have had a really good adult solo career, and on his own, too. Like, producing it himself and being his own label and doing the whole thing. Do you think... Oh, shit, the thing just jumped. Hold on, I gotta catch my way back. I lost my spot in the chat. Hold on. Thinking family. They were talking about they can't do a second autopsy because the body's like he's been cremated now, but they could go and have a second toxicology report done, which is I think they were talking about pursuing it, Melanie and Jane, at least. Whether or not they're gonna be able to coordinate and get that going or not, I don't know. But it would be interesting to have more information that's not coming out of here, because none of this makes sense. Ooh, it was dosing. He was within dosing range. Yeah, I've got that somewhere too. I've got those lives that he was playing all of that, and he pretty much plays the whole song at one point. Like, if you clip it in between with him talking, you can slap it together and it's the whole song. And it was a pretty ballin' song. It was good, but then it's also spooky because, like, obviously what happened, right? Can't do any more autopsies because of cremated. Yeah, it is really sad. And how convenient. I know. Okay. You guys are kind of just talking back and forth with Oliver. Taking it back with the huffing thing. I don't understand why. Well, I think the main explanation for that is that it doesn't. It's like one of the quicker things to not show up on a drug screening. Like, it leaves your system really quickly. It gives you a quick high. It's you can get it everywhere. It's easy to get them. You know, you can order them in bulk. There's a lot of reasons. I know, though. I hear what you're saying. It's like, it's such a tragedy, really, and it's like so hard to understand why. But, you know, obviously, obviously he needed to escape. Obviously he had a lot of demons that were haunting him and things he just didn't want to think about. And I mean, I know for me personally, late 20s, coming into your 30s, with all the shit I went through as a kid, and things. Even at this point, things are still unclear and coming to the surface, and different new like memories kind of coming over, flashbacks, like something, a certain smell or certain thing triggers this fucking memory from like time and time ago, that like is a new piece to a blank space of something, and then it kind of all clicks, and then it's like you probably heard me talk about this a lot though, because this happens for men and women, and when you're getting to the age of, the ages that your parents were when things happened to you, the ages that like when people wronged you, and just the fact of being an adult and starting to reflect on your life and all those little bits and pieces coming up and starting to put it together and having it make sense and it being really not a good thing, the reality of it being really traumatizing itself. It's like a re-trauma all over again, So I think he had a lot of stuff. There was a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, just the stuff between them, like the siblings and the stuff that was going on in the home, man. Forget even the celebrity stuff. Like, all that just on its own would be enough to cause enough anguish and distress and deep-seated, unresolved issues that would lead to addiction later in life. You know what I mean? But anyway, okay, the chat's continuing to go with or without me here. I'm not going to ever catch up, and we're never going to get to a break if I don't just do it now. We're almost at the 3 hours right now anyway, so okay. We're going to go jump on this break here for a minute, and then when we come back, we'll keep going through this autopsy, and we'll get more caught up on the chat, and yeah. And we're back. Pay the long distance, color what? We really missed Oliver. It was weird. Spring Rain. Well, you get missed when you're not here too, Spring Rain. We're always wondering what you're doing in between. You've been coming around more often now, though, so that's been good. But we're definitely worrying about you when you dropped off there for a while back. He was huffing since childhood in Florida. Also, huffing doesn't show up on drug tests. Yeah, that too. That's right. And welcome, Gina, by the way, if I didn't get a chance to mention yet. They claim at first there was no signs of defensive marks. Yeah, well, that's it too, right? Like, again, more inconsistencies to the whole thing. He hit his face when he suffocated. That's possible, but that doesn't explain the abrasions under his fingernails. And it's a lip abrasion, right? So, like, it's like a... I don't know. Hey, Simone, you made it. How we doing? Happy next day from ours. Whatever day it is for you right now. Saturday, I think. Also, people call their throat sometimes as involuntary muscle reaction after death. Fair. Feel like I'm getting high and going into the bathtub with clothes on. Melanie would have known about that. She wasn't there, apparently. She showed up after, I guess, but... I'm going to put these tunes on a little bit. On mellow. Could happen over 4 minutes or instantaneously. Well, I guess it depends if you, I don't really know. I don't know as much as I don't know. I don't know as much about that as you guys might. As Rochelle definitely would know. You started watching after when he was on the doctors, when he was huffing and causing problems, including the seizures. Yeah, which, you know, there's always the possibility that he could have had a seizure in the tub. And then maybe, he was already dead before he was submerged, and that would explain why the water didn't get into his lungs. And why he had such, like, it seemed like a normal list of, or a normal amount of stuff in his system that shouldn't have caused any death. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that's true, too. He was on a lot of meds. But none of those, well, I guess we're going to find out. We're going to keep scrolling down and we'll see what all they said was in his system at the end here. But I don't think even all of that was in his system at this point. Because he was trying to get off all of it. Like, that was when he was in treatment and stuff, and just after, and when they were trying to get Prince back. But since then, I'm pretty sure he was trying to reduce the amount of medications. Normal genitals, yep. I don't see medication for that. Usually you would see... True. Yeah, if he was having... Well, he wouldn't necessarily be... If they're assuming he's not huffing, then he wouldn't be having the seizures, right? But then if he was still huffing... Yeah, true. About the enlarged chart. Saying that's something he did before that. Melanie would have known about the kind of stuff and wouldn't have found it so odd. That's fair. I see what you mean. Yeah. That was what Aaron went to rehab for huffing the duster. Yeah, and for pills, for the Xanax and stuff. No photography, no radiology. Well, there's still a lot more pages. We're only on page 8 of 20, so there's still probably more. I don't know, there's not going to be any of the pictures, whether there was any or not, but... Yeah, it doesn't seem like a very thorough autopsy, though, with the amount of contradictions there already are. In my opinion, I can imagine Aaron getting into the tub dressed. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't write that off completely as being a voluntary thing. A lot of people, when they're on drugs, or if they're feeling a little weird, on drugs especially, will maybe jump in the tub to feel more comfortable. Or to bring themselves back down, or whatever, you know? Get it together. And no one had mentioned the t-shirt and the chain until Melanie did. Yeah, that's right. Well, because when they're releasing the photos and stuff, too, right? Never used to, but now only upon paid request if they don't take the liberty to do an autopsy. Interesting. Yeah, that's true too. I guess if you don't ask for it, like, they don't test for it, right? No witness during the autopsy, no photographs. We're supposed to take their word for it. Exactly. And then it's not even the same guy that did the autopsy. It's a whole brand new dude that just got given the chief coroner position of the LA County, whatever. Ed Winters, the celebrity Coroner to the Stars guy, that was like the same guy for decades. Like, he was the guy that did the autopsy for Whitney Houston, for Michael Jackson, for all these celebrities, for Brittany Murphy. He just died mid-March. And then how convenient, right? Because then they have the autopsy report come out with this other guy signing off on it, which, like, he has no freaking clue of whether any of it's true or not. And probably didn't even read it, because obviously if somebody with any education in these matters read over this, they'd see the contradictions right away, right? Damn, I lost my spot again. Hold on. I was just catching up. Fuck. Oh, here we go. That's the thing too. If I'm getting caught up and then it like skips. It jumps ahead and it's like, fuck. Then I gotta scroll back and find where I left off. Yeah, like there's just so many more questions now. Like, it didn't answer any questions, and it just, if anything, left more questions unanswered. Like, it's now where there's just more questions. So the current medical error, no, strange. He like walking off a cliff. Yeah. So another Chris Cornell. In a way, it could be too. Yeah, who knows? Like, there could be a lot more foul play to it than we even think, right? Yeah, how we doing, Simone? How's your evening going over there? How's your weekend so far? Baron's contract dates disputes too. Oh, fuck yeah, you do. Fuck yeah, you do. You're hired, Ibiza. 100%. Xanax combined with the other things can complicate matters. Yeah, well, the antihistamines too. Well, depending, because that's kind of like a depressant. Depending how many you take. Watch somebody I was close to inhale duster to the point of passing out and having a seizure. Yeah. Yeah, having Xanax top level in the tub, it is really bad. But then this is the thing, there was no water found in the lungs though, and it wasn't a lethal amount of either of those things. So this is where it all falls apart. And then yes, exactly, and plus he was a seasoned addict, and he knew what his high was, and he had no reason to be going extra. Like, he had a really good night the night before, or a couple nights before, or whatever, when he hit his 1 million likes live stream on TikTok, and he'd gotten a bunch of really big donations, and like everything was flying high, you know. Hey, welcome back, Lemonade. Ton of information documented. Yes, Ibiza, we love you. Big fucking shiny love. You can request no autopsy, but remember the cops want to do. Yeah, like, yeah, you could say you don't want it, but depending on the circumstances, they might have to anyway. Which is good, because, like, yeah, for obvious reasons. Most addicts, yeah. I've honestly been on all those meds at the same time, so in a way it's personal knowledge. Yeah, shit, eh? Well, definitely, like, I have some awareness of a few of them. Not all for me personally, but I know some people that were on different ones and stuff too. Like, kind of goes through waves. Like, Abilify and Circle and stuff was like a fucking thing for a minute, and like Zoloft was a thing for a minute, Prozac was a thing for a minute, and like everybody got on it, like, in each wave, right? Whenever you ended up deciding to try and go for help. Yeah, I believe deep down he had a good heart too, for sure. I think he always had good intentions, and I think he was always trying to do his best and the best for everyone around him, but it was constantly leaving him drained. He was constantly pouring out his cup, and nobody was pouring back into his. He was always ending up left at the end of the day by himself with his own fucking demons. When it was all said and done, all the fun was over, you know? Maybe photographs, but not, yeah, but whether or not they are going to keep hold of them and take care of the evidence when they've already ruled it as whatever it is, and this accidental and whatever, and they don't really give a shit, right? Like, they did their job, they're done, moving on, you know? Do you know if he said he had clothes on in his autopsy? If so, I'll never believe that this was an accident. I don't know if they mentioned in the autopsy, but we're going to get through there. We're going to keep going. I just wanted to catch up an extra bit here, because The chat goes wild when I go on a break too, so I wanted to take a few extra minutes and catch up a little more before jumping back on this. We made homemade ether and anesthesia and antiseptic. Oh fuck, you're hardcore, HW. That's old school shit, eh? Ether. What are you, fucking Fear and Loathing over here? I believe he had a good heart as well, but unfortunately lost it. Yeah. Yeah, well, no doubt, though. Like, it's a, like I said, it's a wonder he made it as far as he did with everything that was going on that past couple of years. Plus with just, like, the whole pandemic thing and, like, having to work around his tour dates and stuff because, like, the restrictions and the lockdowns and, like, fuck, man. Everything was stressful even without all the extra shit. Still want to know the Grinch jacket. It was soaking wet on the floor. Yeah, well, unless they used that to sop up whatever water had slopped out when they pulled him out of there, and that might explain why there was no water on the floor. But, like, there's just so many different factors, and none of it really explains anything. I don't know for sure, but I know that I've gotten in the tub with clothes on when I was blacked out drunk a long time ago. Yeah, like, we've all done it. We've all freaking done it, or just in it, like, just getting in the tub without the water just for fun when you're doing mushrooms and stuff, you know, like, people do silly things when they're tripping or doing whatever they're doing, you know? And so, like, I could accept that, but that still doesn't explain the pool thing. It still doesn't explain why the water's, you know what I mean? There's still so many unexplainable things. What are you fucking talking about, HW, man? Okay, I'm not even gonna question that. I'm gonna just move forward here. Wow, I haven't ever heard of Aaron doing that. That's what I want to know too, is like, what was she doing with it? Why was it soaking wet on the floor? Yeah, well, that's right. Like, no, anytime there's an answer to a question, it's just making like two more questions. Like, oh, okay, that's one answer, but now what about these two other things? And then so on and so forth. Like, now there's 5 other new questions and no real answer. And yeah, yes, right, that's true too. Oh, Jiggles, relax. The fact that his main phone was found in the car and his smokes and everything, so, like, that's implying, like, that he was trying to leave maybe at some point. Like, there's no really, like, no way of knowing if there was some altercation or what actually happened out at the pool or what was really going on at the time, or if he had actually put himself in the tub, or, you know. He was as bad as people made him out to be. He was very misunderstood, and, well, it's so easy to make people look crazy and look out like they're unhinged and outrageous and all this stuff, but if they're being provoked and instigated and having all this stuff happen to them all the time, like, but then it's so hard to explain. Like, even him trying to explain some of the stuff made him sound even more crazy, which, like, for sure it does, but when you see all the layers and you see all the different angles, it doesn't seem so crazy. He seems very much in his right mind, but going crazy because of everything going on. This music's giving you anxiety? Oh no, okay, let me find something else. I'm just, you know, I'm always trying to switch it up. You know me. This might be better. I've been trying to find different stuff too, because, like, every single stream I end up with a claim now, like, out of one of these. It's supposed to be a copyright free list, but then it really isn't. But I guess because you never know, like, somewhere down the line, some of these people end up signing on with a company or whatever, and what was a copyright free thing before and it was safe to use is no longer safe anymore. They don't tell you, or maybe they just, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It just is what it is. We'll work through it. I'll find you something a little more lighter. So pitting, you guys don't believe me that I smacked around little pups. What? What are you talking about, Oliver? You and HW are gonna go on timeout soon. Melanie tell you you're going to, yeah, that's right, yeah, like in one of these final streams, she was like, you're going to die, but, like, what context is that? It's like, you're gonna die today, sir, or, like, I'm so worried about you, if you keep doing this, you're gonna die, you know? It's another one of those things, like, context really matters, you know? Okay, anyway, let's go a little farther on this, and then I'll keep catching up with the chat. So, yeah, like, apparently, I don't know if they've marked it on this, though, but there was abrasions on his face, and, yeah, the nail bed hemorrhage, so that kind of implies, like, that to me, I feel like is, like, defensive wounds, but, I mean, I guess it could happen falling out of a bathtub, or falling into a bathtub, that, you know, That's also a possibility. Green, yellow fluid. Yeah, no fluid in the lungs. Some congestion, but no fluid. Accident, drowning. Yeah, they pretty much just wrote it off. Here we go. Just kind of getting more into it. This is, I guess this is the tox report right here, isn't it? Technically, sort of. Yeah. Well, it's the drug screening anyway, part of it. Personally don't think it was a threat, but I rather be concerned being afraid I don't project him because he was married to an addict website. Well, this is it. Like, there's so many different layers, and it's such a personal thing, too. Like, everybody's got, like, their own bullshit going on when they're going through it, you know? So you can kind of compare to other situations and stuff, but it's so hard to really get in their head, you know? Did he? Yeah, that's a good point, Jackie. I mean, I think they probably have at some point, or otherwise she wouldn't be entitled to anything and they would have taken custody of him. Like, I feel like somewhere in between here, the family probably would have wanted. Do you realize they're horror? So it's no, well, there's not any water detected at all to know whether or not it's chlorine water. It's that he was seen in the pool by the neighbors. That's why the neighbors went over before the cops even arrived to offer to help resuscitate him, because they knew he was already out. He was outside first, but then when the medics arrived, he was in the tub. And there's like various different reports that are contradictory, right? Said, and thank you, man. I appreciate that. And no worries. Hey, you were brave enough to jump in and join the chat right now, and that's awesome. I appreciate that. I'm glad to have you, whether you choose to participate in the chat portion and comment portion or not. We love us a good lurker. I like that hat too. Isn't that from like in your picture there? That's it's like an 80s band hat. Yeah. Yeah, and there's like a band. There was like a band from, I think it was the 80s, that they all wore the hats and they wore funny jumpers, like a full suit jumper, and then with the hat. Energy Dome. I like that. You definitely came to the right place. We're into all of that. We're about it. You don't feel sorry for Nick at all? I feel sorry for the fate that was set before him that he didn't really have a choice in. But I don't feel bad for the choices he's made, being the adult that he is, and I think he got in over his head, though, you know? Can't read squat now. I made it bigger, you should be able to read it better now. Good thing about the documentary is there will bring more attention to make people curious about what really happened. Yes, absolutely. Like, that's why I can't really be mad about, you know, the level of detail or how deep it went or blah, 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 whatever, you know? Because either way, it's bringing more attention to it. It's going to have people asking more questions. And for, you know, people like us that keep putting it out there and keep discussing it, you know, hopefully more and more people will be aware of, you know, that he was a good person. There was more to him. He wasn't just this addict like they painted him to be, you know? Very interesting person. His dad got injured on the job, fell for a route, became quad, was big Howard fan. Howard, not knowing him, gave him money to his family. Oh, that's a cool little story. I didn't know that. Years later, after his dad passed, he became regular on Stern. His dad never saw. Aw. That's a nice little, like, it's kind of like a, yeah, it's like a little heartwarming thing. Definitely, like, beyond anything, I feel the most sorry for Prince. Of course. Of course. I feel sorry for the whole situation, though. Honestly, I think the whole family got swept up in like how did Aaron put it in one of those clips? He said it's like a tornado came through our house and started throwing everyone around and everything in it all around everywhere, and nobody knew what to do or whatever. Don't quote me on that. It's not his exact words, but something to that effect. Something like that, he said. And it was pretty profound for him to say at the age he was, too. I think he was only like 12 or 13 or something. He was really young when he was saying it. And it was like, wow, man, like that's so true. And it's so messed up. Because it did. It pretty much destroyed his family, destroyed his parents' marriage, destroyed everything. Yeah. Well, she, yeah, she always found her way back in, and I guess like that was a problem though, is because he just wanted to be loved. He just wanted to be loved. He loved love. That's why his album's called Love, He just wanted to make a normal family unit. He wanted to have that so badly. He wanted to just be a good dad so bad. He wanted to just have his shit together so badly. He wanted his adult career to be together and stable and, be able to do it his way and not having people telling him what and when and how. Because they'd been telling him his whole fucking life, He was a commodity. The name of the band is Devo, and then they called the hats the Energy Dome. No, that's no, I love that. I love that you knew and that you could tell me that because I recognized it. I've seen like a cover band of them before, and it stuck out in my head because they were cool hats and it was cool outfits and it was groovy fucking tunes. So as soon as I saw the hat in your picture, I was like, I've seen that before. So it's smart. It was a smart marketing thing that they did. And whatever. Dude, I'm the biggest friggin' nerd. I drop random information, random facts all the time. You can ask these guys. They'll tell you. So no, we're glad to have you, man. That's cool. And I'm glad you knew about it too. And it wasn't just like you picked it because you liked the picture or whatever. Like you know what it is, and you can fill me in, fill us all in. And over his head, and it caught up with him. Yeah, it was sheer chaos and madness with some. Yep. Well, obviously, like some of the stuff he was bringing it on himself, but he really how was he gonna know in advance to how things were gonna play out, right? That's fair. But again, for both of them, I think neither of them wanted to be alone. I think they both had problems, There's both trauma. They both had unresolved family, generational curse stuff going on, I'm sure there's so much more to it than either of us could really understand on that kind of personal level. I mean, we can understand for ourselves from our own experience or whatever, but we really don't know what went on between them, It's like, the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing, like the one thing they had said is like they had like a really hot, passionate, whatever kind of love, but it was equally as violent and destructive and explosive or whatever, It was like both sides of the spectrum. And I think some relationships are just like that, and sometimes people bring the worst out of each other because they're both just like, I think they're both triggering each other to heal, really, but like then they end up seeing each other as the enemy, and then it's like a fucking problem, right? Or one person is triggering the other or whatever, Anyways, let's keep going down the list here. I think that's pretty much the long and short of it. It kind of goes more into it. This is like his, just the records of what he's supposed to have and take. Which, okay, this kind of like gives us a rough idea, I guess. What other stuff was in the system. Or what they had collected at the scene. This is kind of hard to see sideways. I mean, if we dug deep enough on this, we could see if he'd been taking them properly, with how many was left and with the dates and stuff. shirtless. His sweatshirt, beanie, pants, and socks were seen on the floor near the tub. So, I think he was fully clothed, but then she had taken off some of his clothes to be able to, like, do the CPR, maybe. They found no record on the system. Call over. Informant witness statement. The only people in the residence at the time were the housekeeper. Were him and the housekeeper. Housekeeper knocked on the door, offered them coffee. It's kind of going through it again here. Despite the scene. Fireplace in the bedroom was also on. Several compressed air cans. Go to local law enforcement. About a week prior, his fiancée had called requesting deputies conduct a welfare check on him because he was believed to be under the influence while driving his RV. So that pretty much confirms it was her that called it in. Dispatched the residence for another welfare check out that he was believed to be huffing. The person who called in thought he might have become unresponsive. Made contact as he was inside and yelled at them to get out from the stairs. See, now they're saying they didn't make okay, they said they didn't make contact with him, but now they're saying he yelled from the stairs. See, this is all getting even more, like, not making sense. Okay, let me catch up with you guys over here. A legit model 24-year-old. She was featured in Harvard. Yeah. Heart specialist analyst. Well, then when it talks code, that's what you guys see here. Only his heart did. Oh, okay. Interesting. Britney Spears and Amanda Bynes. You always think one of them is next. Yeah. Well, yeah. We're all always keeping an eye on them. Them too. That's for sure. And the chat jumped on me again. Why do you do that? Listen to them going back and forth was very insane. They were toxic for each other, but poor Aaron wanted love. Yeah. Yeah. No, well, for sure, right? The whole thing was sad. Yeah, we all want love, but, like, he definitely, like, he was shortchanged on love for his whole life. Like, and, you know, the whole kind of skipped past really having a proper family unit and, like, the bond with the parents. Like, he was the youngest, too, so everything was already, like, totally wacko by the time he was even conscious, you know? Or at least some of the other siblings had kind of, like, a halfway normal life for the beginning. He was never a kid. He never got to be a kid. Yeah, he always wanted family and true love, but didn't know how to handle it. Complex trauma messes up with people and their choices so much. Yeah, definitely. Complex trauma and, like, the PTSD and everything, too. Anxiety, depression. Yeah. Truly hate when this is celebrity deaths to get the doctor. Yeah. So I can give you from what you're showing me. 93 milligrams Xanax when he died. That's all I can... Is, like, and that's not really lethal, is it? That's not a lethal... Like, that's a pretty normal amount. So it was, like, he maybe did do it on purpose. Well, or because if he wasn't doing it regularly, like, that happens too sometimes, like, if you're doing a drug regularly and you quit for a while, or you stop doing it as regularly, and then you kind of try to go ahead and do the same amount you normally would, like, your body can't handle it because it's not used to it anymore. Like, the tolerance isn't the same, right? You're saying he took 47? But then they're saying it was an accident. I don't know. Oh, or maybe that's the amount that he was prescribed. Because some of them were just saying the amount, like, it was that one last list there is what his prescriptions were. Like, how many he was given and how many were remaining. Or what are you talking about? That's true. He could have been snorting them too. That's true. Who really knows? Yeah, if he was really wanting to get out of his head, you know. And then yeah, when we talked about that earlier when they found Leslie and she still had like pills that weren't even all the way down her throat yet. Yeah, I believe that. But then, like, obviously, I guess she had quit stuff when Prince was born, but then he was still going on. Oh, true. Well, there you go. Full circle again. They did the theme songs for Nickelodeon. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. No wonder I liked them. When I seen the cover band and it caught my attention. That's cool. Yeah, Nickelodeon's got a lot of darkness we talk about here too. So that's funny. That's another funny one. And yeah, I loved Rugrats when I was young for sure. Yeah, there was so many, exactly, you're right, Jennifer. There was so many different factors. There were so many different people involved in his life and having an effect on him, mentally, emotionally, physically even. Like he was feeling unsafe. There was threats of physical harm and stuff, yeah. Yeah, that was just his monthly prescribed amount. That's not what was in him. I think there's another report that says what was fully in him. Autopsy showed proof of the nasal passages if he'd snorted it. Yeah, that's true too. No tolerance, you can get there. Out of myself as well. Well, I feel like maybe like that's why sometimes people do go in the tub for it, right? Like if they're doing downers and stuff, but they don't want to fully go, you know, like they want that fail safe. Yeah. Who were the prescribing physicians? It's like Faber, Dr. Faber, Dr. Faber, Dr. Berman, Dr. Garrison. So there's a few different ones, but mostly Dr. Faber. Yeah. Demon pills, yeah, right? Well, it's supposed to be for the month, right? Yeah, right, okay. Small abrasion on his left eyebrow and a small abrasion on the base of his septum. But no evidence of or suspicious trauma. That still kind of sounds to me like it could be defensive wounds. Like that there could have been a physical altercation. Yeah, but that wasn't like they put him on all of that. Like they were giving him that shit from when he was like, they were kids. They were all on really heavy medications since they were like 10, 11, 12 years old. So, I mean, you can't really fucking blame them. Your mom tried to take her life with Xanax. Not sure how much she took, but she cut. Oh, man. Yeah, and she puked him up. Thank goodness, eh? Yeah, Johnny Depp's mom tried to do herself in that way when his dad left her or whatever. Can you tell I've been reading on that? Getting prepared to, starting to get it collected anyways for the next Johnny Depp part. But we got 25 other videos to catch up on here. Plus this Aaron Carter stuff's going to come to the forefront real soon here, between the Nick stuff and then this, getting the follow-up going. Now we got the timeline happening. Well, there's that too. It could be like a Mac Miller situation. If he had run out of his own prescribed Xanax and bought them off the street, which there was some evidence of that. That Louis or something, somebody, there was some text back and forth that he was still getting them off the street here and there. Yeah. Well, that's right. But if you were like really heavily under the influence, then you might not have that self-preservation reaction, right? Yeah, pressed pills. Yeah, very possible. Very, very, very possible. Because he had started getting them off the street here and there, like I said. But all right, here. Okay, I think this is a good time to take another couple minutes break, and then we'll finish running. I think that was pretty much the end of that. Yeah, it's empty now. Couple minutes break, and then we'll come back and we'll watch the rest of this. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we're just about part way on that, the Nick stuff, and then I guess we'll pretty much call it. We'll do our final little chit chat at the end. Yeah, Louis, Lake Street Louis or Taylor. Yeah. But Melanie released the text. Yes, yeah. You guys know. You guys knew what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, so 2 to 5 minutes, or 3 to 5 minutes, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. And I'll be right back. And we're back. Ah, shoot. This thing did a thing. I have to open her again. That's her.
Play with this. Play with this. Okay. Do you know the title of the record?
Huh?
Huh?
Just trying to find her spot again here.
Figure it out.
Okay, there we go. Oh Lord. Okay. We're on a snack break? Yeah, we were on a snack break. We're back now though. Put out a fire. I think I'm okay for a bit. Turns out there's another 3 waiting for me. Yeah. Yeah. I feel that. Bad picker. I could be a bad picker sometimes, but it is what it is. It's all part of the fucking... It's all part of the fun. Yeah. What are you talking about, teeth? What's with Nick and pancakes? That's a great question. I think it's the only thing he knows how to make. You better make them damn good then. Scapegoat, rescuer, fixer. Yeah. Yeah, I'm right in there with you, sister. For real, I've always been the rescuer. I learned that the hard way lots of times. More than one time even, which is silly, but...
Let it go.
I'm gonna make your pancakes. You like that? Pearly, Saoirse wants to show you some toys in her room.
You went and made a pancake last break? Fuck yeah. Inspired.
Pearl, Saoirse wants to show you toys in her room. Okay, you figure it out. Sometimes you just gotta let them like figure it out and not like intervene.
Sometimes my patience run out and I just don't want to intervene anymore, and I'm just gonna let them punch it out.
You know what I mean? All right. If you're behind, if you're not ahead of the game and you're behind, it all falls apart. We know that though, right?
Oh, come on.
Saoirse wants to play with you. No? Put one little egg in there. And then, you know, I feel like I should just make waffles instead of the pan. It's a little less messy. You guys want waffles?
Yeah.
Want Belgian waffles? We're not in Belgium, so you can't have Belgian waffles, but you can have Vegas waffles.
Am I gonna have to make one of the members only emojis a golden egg? That'll be the next emoji. Because those are eggs, but those aren't golden eggs. So I think that's gonna be... You just inspired me. So then you can throw all the eggs you want.
Want Vegas waffles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Daddy, look.
Huh? Okay, I see, baby. All right, let's get the waffle maker. Look, the waffle maker. The waffle maker. Do you have your kitty? The waffle maker. Okay, so yeah, while I'm preparing this, I'm gonna tell you. So long story short, my boy Vic and Vinny flew in. So for the next like 4 or 5 days, I'm going in the studio, and I'm gonna write. Saoirse, there's no reason to yell, okay? It's really early in the morning. Well, can you ask her nicely? Can you ask her nicely to come?
I want Pearl, Dad.
Well, ask her. Ask her nicely. That's fine. If she doesn't want to come, it's okay. Anyways, I'm going to the studio today, and I'm writing music, and I'm gonna probably live you guys from the studio. And no. Hey, Saoirse, she doesn't want to be bothered right now. Okay, that's okay. Do you girls want to color? Do you want to color? Do you want to color?
Okay.
You girls want to color? I hear.
Okay, cute. Hey, Dad, let's do the unicorn game.
What unicorn game?
I
I don't see a unicorn game.
This one, Dad.
Well, if you play with this, okay. Do you know how to play this? Or do you want to color?
You can tell this is like his first day on the job, you know?
Do
you even know how to play this? Are you guys old enough? Like, I don't know. Usually your mom does this.
Okay, here, let me help you. Let's go.
Okay, we'll skip this ahead.
Make your waffles. Make your waffles. Don't you want to eat? You want syrup?
We're having a look at, like, he's trying to put on this persona now, right? You know, like, so it is very ingenuine. It does seem fake, and it seems like... But he also seems like he's hurting a lot. Like, there's definitely a lot of pain and anguish in his face that he's not letting come to the surface. He's, like, faking the happy till he makes it kind of thing.
You want butter?
Yeah.
You want waffles? Okay, there you go. Okay, one down. Pearl. No, don't take that one. You have...
And isn't there like 4 kids? Where's the other kids? That's what I want to know.
You have that right there? Do you want to play with these? Here, play with these.
Okay.
Okay, go take that out in the living room. All right, I'm running out of time. All right. Okay, so...
Oh, really? The, BJ investigates or whatever? Fucking surprise witness? True, that's random. I mean, we knew she was a little, like, manipulative to an extent, but... Hey, Marhaba, welcome. Yeah, he's not looking like he's in good shape, that's for damn sure.
Come on. And then try to, like, Instagram Live at the same time as doing all this. It's pretty hard.
Oh, is it? Is it hard? Should you maybe have given Aaron a little more credit while he was still with us? And showed him a little more support? So hard. Can't fucking make waffles and do an Instagram Live at the same time. When you got kids talking to the background. It's too many things.
Very difficult. So I think what I'm gonna do is fruits, waffles. Oh yeah, secret ingredient to a good waffle, I'm realizing now, is water. That's the good one.
Well, yeah, you kind of need some liquid in the batter to make it into a thing.
I do like to put butter in there, but in order to get the butter, like melted, I gotta melt it on the stove, which I'll just do that right now.
He is way overcomplicating all of this.
These waffles are bomb.
Okay.
They're my signature waffles.
Okay.
All right, hold on. I think I lost Pearl. She went back to the past couple months as I've been on tour and as I've been, you know, I'll basically jot down a little idea, you know, in like on my voice notes, or I'll write down like lyric ideas and contents, and then once I really get enough that I like, then I'll go into the studio and I'll get with Vic and Vinny and that crew, and then we'll just finalize the song. So I do think that I have enough now where I'm gonna be this close.
Well, and it takes 3 of them to do what it takes 1 of Aaron to do also, so I guess that would be kind of a little indicator of, you know, the talent there, the level of talent that was lost there, you know? She hasn't done the next with the BAM stuff yet. Yes, I'm looking. I am looking. Look what you've done.
Close to, like this close. I might even be done with the solo record. I also have a title of the record. I won't tell you what the title is going to be until the song is written. And I'll show you guys today in the studio if you want to see it. All right. So I take a stick of butter. Butter makes everything better. Ooh, I probably should.
That...
Okay, then I basically...
How fucking much how many fucking waffles are you making? That tiny bowl with that tiny little bit of flour, and he's putting that much butter? Who taught this guy to cook, man? What the fuck is happening? I might need to skip this because I'm just like... it's making me a little nauseous thinking about that much fucking butter at once. Nope. No, thank you. No, moving on. No more pancakes. What are you doing now? What's going on?
All right. I just want to show you my finished product. Once I show you the finished product, then I have to go because I only have one hand.
Yeah, no, for sure. I hope he does too. Like, definitely for the sake of the kids. In any case, for the sake of the fucking kids, right?
One hand available. And that's not easy. Okay, so yeah, recap. Going to the studio, recording music today. I got great ideas for songs. Very personal. No, don't flash that in her face, Saoirse. Great ideas, very personal, from the heart, obviously. And what else? We're actually heading back on tour, so we're going to Iceland. We'll be over there, and then obviously we're going. I think this is going to be like the last run on the DNA World Tour. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you guys out there in places that we have not been before. We're going to Africa. We're going all over the place. So it's going to be dope. Can't wait. My highlights are back. They're kind of back, yeah. You like that? Okay. Let's see. Ooh, it's not perfect. But let's see. Let me get a plate. I want to show you this waffle. Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's definitely very ingenuine, and it seems like for sure he's kind of trying to. What we were talking about earlier, like he's trying to put on like the Aaron persona, doing the lives and stuff, and trying to like incorporate it into his life whenever he can, like how Aaron was. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I found the video you're talking about. The surprise witness needs to stop. I don't even know who this girl is or where she's come from or what's going on here, but we'll check it out. YouTuber drama though, like, I got time for this shit, fuck. But if it's to do with Bam, I guess. Yeah, like, he definitely seems like he's just, like, gotten back to business as usual, and it hasn't been very long, so that is a little off-putting, but I mean, everybody deals with things differently. They probably got him medicated to the gills, like, based on, judging by the way his eyes are looking in some of these videos, he's on something. We're so excited to watch your fake ass. Yeah. It definitely, like, it's a little off-putting that he's just, like, so normal about everything, that everything's just, like, you know, business as usual. Welcome, Callie. What's up? Can see, feel the jealous. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's like he's trying to be him, for sure, you know? Like, you guys are all picking up on that, right?
And it's fluffy and crispy. Hold on. Let's finish this thing. One more batch. Have 2 prepared. You want cottage cheese? You do? Okay, let me get some berries. Who wants strawberries? I do. All right. So this is my waffle. I probably could have put a little bit more batter on the top, which would have made it better. But well, beggars can't be choosers. Not much, probably just a little bit in the middle.
I wonder if he'd be bothering to go to this length if it wasn't for the live. I wonder if he bothers doing this for the kids, unless, you know what I mean? I wonder if this is like his first time here.
And then good to go. Saoirse, who wants this waffle?
I do.
You sure? Because if you don't want it, I'll just eat it.
I want it.
Oh, that's much better. If you eat this thing, then again, no.
This is very involved for just making a fucking waffle. Alright, here we go. Next one. Finally, here.
I told you.
Enough about the waffles. He definitely is looking something in this. And the Carters on your mind, real life struggles, man, but not to mention you're just in the... Oh, well, congratulations. Hope everything went smoothly. The fake salesman smile. Yeah, the plastic smile. For sure. For sure.
Pearl, come on, baby, don't rip it. Use it. Use the napkin, don't rip it. All right. I gotta go. I need my other hand. All right. I'll check in with you a little bit later today. The hair will look a lot better. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
He's soggy.
I told you I would report live.
I feel traumatized by the video. We're gonna have a support group, a support group after the live stream.
From the studio. I'm right now in the studio recording some music, and it's pretty dope. Dude, I swear to God, the problem is every time I log on these things and I see my freaking hair.
Does he know that he's in his 40s and that he's not Aaron Carter?
There's always something wrong with it. Look at this. What's wrong with this side? I need to get this thing cut. Anyways.
Yeah, everything's so forced. Everything is so forced. He's like, it's taking everything in him to be, like, nice. You know, like I feel like this is such a struggle.
Who cares? So yeah, I'm in the studio right now, recording some solo music. I won't be able to show you everything at this moment, but all I can say is that it's getting recorded and it's fire.
Oh yeah, and how'd the parade go? How did all that go?
Absolutely fire. So, what are you guys up to? What have you been doing? Are you ready to tomorrow?
Male pattern baldness is not a joke.
For the 30th anniversary of the Backstreet Boys. Are you guys ready for it? It's gonna be amazing.
Holy fuck. Is it gonna actually be a 30th anniversary of the fucking Backstreet Boys? As if I didn't feel old enough already. Oh, it's tomorrow. Fuck, that's right. Yeah, okay, it hasn't been another day yet. That's right. I'm losing track of days here sometimes. It's because it's past midnight and it seems like a different day now. I'm just so confused. And I'm fading a little bit. I apologize. Right. Well, yes, so that's the thing. That's tomorrow. Right. Derpy doo. Dang. But you're going to be lurking a little bit so you can pay a little bit of attention. Yeah, no problem. Whatever you got to do. And if you got to crash because you want to be, have all the energies for that, we will understand. Oh, yeah, if you want me to, we can. We'll do the show and tell or whatever at the end like we do.
You're gonna love it. I think you're gonna love it. It's gonna be awesome. We got some big stuff on the horizon. We're gonna announce some stuff. And what else? What else? Just, what's up, Germany? Fire like me. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. No. Yeah, so we're just writing right now. We're in the studio. And I'm gonna go and we're gonna start writing a new song.
43. He turned 43 in January.
And I will let you guys grow the curtains again. You guys are crazy. The curtains don't look good anymore.
Yeah, like, for sure. He's even, like, not just the voice, but, like, his way of speaking is becoming a lot more like Aaron, and it's freaking me out.
Especially on my old ass. Just don't look good. God, dude, what the heck? It's like I got a freaking wave right here. Maybe if I just cut this part right here, that'd be okay. Anyways.
Hey, Gina, how are you? You're still here. Yeah, 43 going on 15. Well, he did say earlier, like, well, this is what I was saying, though, about, like, I think he's splitting a bit, because on one video, he's like, oh, man, like, this is getting out of control, I need to get a haircut. But then in the next, like, a week later, he's like, oh, like, I was thinking about growing it out again, like, when I was 15, Like, he's going through it. There's, like, some rapid cycling going on, and he's trying to keep it regulated with whatever medications and whatever stuff, but I don't know that it's working.
Did you guys see my post this morning. My son, he turned 7. I can't believe it.
Oh, that'd be putting him through it too, because that's when, like, that's the age that Aaron had started his career, right? So he's probably getting like watching his kids become small versions of themselves, you know, and like, oh man.
Time is just
all right. It doesn't matter about his fucking hair. We don't need to go on and on about the fucking hair. Who cares?
Crazy. It's so crazy. And my Pearly.
Yeah, like I think he's on something, and whether it's prescribed or otherwise, I don't know if he's using it correctly.
My Pearl, she turns 2 day after tomorrow. So don't cut it. Why not grow it out? Why? Why should I grow it out? Why do you guys always want me to go back to like 98?
Because last week you said you wanted to.
Or 97. I don't know. So, but anywho, I just wanted to give you a little bit update. In a little bit, I'm gonna prepare everything, and I might let you hear some songs if you're interested. And your granddaughter Emerald turns 2 on Friday.
Yeah, his pupils are pretty, like, pinned for sure.
Well, happy birthday. Or 2012 hairdo. No.
Oh, true, yeah. He could definitely be using a filter. That could also explain some shit. Welcome back, Leanne.
Because I feel young that way. Yeah, anyways,
Yeah, it's like the whole same formula. It's the whole formula. He's regressed, and he wants to be Aaron. He's starting back from scratch here.
You know, I've been really inspired lately, so I've been in the studio, and
If he says in the studio one more fucking time, I swear to God. Like, are we gonna play a drinking game, and every time he says, I'm in the studio, we take a shot, because we're all gonna be on the fucking floor. He said it, like, just in this, like, 4-minute clip. I swear to God, it's been 25 fucking times. Hey, you made it, Drea. What's up?
been writing some really incredible songs. If a lot of you already know or don't know, I've kind of been on and off writing solo music. I put a couple of things out here and there. I had that song Easy Out about a year ago, almost a year ago. And then I also did the song.
Yeah, he does kind of, get stuck on the keywords. He kind of, and gets a little bit in a loop. And then, a little bit of slurring. If he probably has had a few drinks, I guess, Ayer. Yeah, slurring and tripping over it a bit, and he's like, going into the loop, going into, saying the, it's an Aaron Carter broken record coming out of Nick.
Hurts to Love You, that one came out as well. So now I'm kind of just finishing the body of work, now that I have a little bit of time. It's very personal, the music. It's stuff that I've been working on for a long time. Some of the songs you have heard, and there's some new ones. So I think it's gonna be finally completed. We just wrote. Yeah,
no shots. We're not doing that. I don't even drink like that anymore. I'll maybe have a couple beers here and there, the odd time, but fuck no. Can't do shots. No. Even if it's gonna be liquor, it's gonna be like a fucking mixed drink or like whiskey on ice or something, No shots. I was joking. Don't worry, guys.
One in the studio, you saw a little picture of me as I was recording, and I hope you like that song.
But they're all friggin' pretty maladjusted. They got issues. He's been his own parent pretty much the whole time while his parents fleeced him, and that he had to be the parent to all the parent to all the other kids pretty much. And he's had a rough go. Like, let's be real, you know, there's reasons for everything. And you know, as it here and there, it's kind of funny to make some jokes, whatever, but at the same time, he is a human being, and he's lost his little brother and his little sister, and I honestly, I couldn't even imagine. Couldn't even fucking imagine, man. And the amount of guilt and shame and just whatever he must feel, and that he's trying to outrun, like, those demons, like his demons, and everything, he'd be taking everything on him. Everything that his younger siblings were doing and to each other, he's gonna have taken that on himself because he was the influence. You know? Like, for me, personally, I prided myself on not being the one to introduce my little sister to weed and to, like, drinking and whatever. Like, if you're gonna go do that, you got your friends and you figure it out, but I won't be the one to do it. Like, and then finally, you know, it was, like, already into her 20s by the time I felt okay smoking weed with her, you know? Like, and that was just for me personal. So, him having been the one to introduce all of them and being the one, like, providing it, too, because he was making all the money, so all the drugs, all the drinking, all the stuff that he had dragged his siblings through, anything that's happened to them since, he's taken it on himself. And I could tell you that 100%. Bar none. Like, even if it has nothing to do with him, being the oldest, being the big brother, being the parent for the whole time, he's taken that on himself, you know? And it really is sad. And, you know, obviously, he's not perfect, and he's made his mistakes, and, like, I'm not making excuses for that by any means, but, I mean, that's a lot of kids, and I just had, like, my little sister, and we had kind of rough go, and I was kind of looking out, and, you know, a different scale, a different situation, whatever, but to a lesser extent, I have an understanding of the big brother thing, and being the oldest, and the whole thing. And I can only imagine, you know, the hurt that he has and all of that, and with, you know, 2 out of fucking, you know, I'm gonna just shut up here. I'm gonna fucking talk myself into some emotions that we don't need to make this a blubbery time. But for sure, I'm getting like a pit in my stomach thinking about how much he's carrying because of all that, you know. But what is he gonna know? Like, he grew up in bars, he grew up in party houses and shit, and his parents were off doing their stupid shit all the time. Like, okay, moving on. Let's not get too sappy here.
And yeah, so we're just totally, you know, inspired and
yeah, you're not wrong. He should just address it, but it's not that fucking easy. It's not that easy, and there's so many layers. Because then on top of that, there's the violence between them all. There's the incest stuff. There's, like, so many freaking layers. You know, it wasn't just about giving the little bro a bottle, you know?
and writing and feeling creative and just, yeah, inspired. So are you guys excited for the 30th anniversary tomorrow? 30 years, can you freaking believe it? It's 30 years that we've been a band. Wow. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. You know, so, but anyways, I'll check in with you guys a little bit when we start the next song. I love you guys, and just get ready because it'll be maybe like 30 minutes to an hour, and I'll check back in with you. All right.
Yeah, like, there's so many things, like, little bits and pieces of it we can kind of compare and understand through our experiences, but when you put it all together, and then plus the pressures of fame and everything else, like, that's so much stuff to put on one person. So much stress and so much weight putting it on one person, man. So, like, I really can sympathize with him at the same time, you know?
So they're doing great. My daughter went to Dubai. Tell her I said hi. Manhattan Beach in the house.
You're all good, and I'm a little bit worried about the messages. I don't know what to expect, but I will take it as a grain of salt, and I won't judge. It's all good. And, you know, yeah, you've just been going through it, and, you know, sometimes with different things, grief and things going on, and stress, can be easy for, yeah, That is a go-to thing. That can be a go-to thing when stuff's up in the air. I get it. I totally get it. But it's okay to, like, also put, you know, respect yourself and just make good choices, okay?
Please do hip-hop music. Listen, I gotta tell you, Martin, listen. So
Oh, that was just so Aaron in my fucking ear right there. It's weird. And then they're gonna go do the hip-hop and stuff. I know we already touched on it earlier, but, like, all of this is bothering me a little bit.
So I grew up listening to all sorts of music, so obviously I'm a very eclectic with my taste. But I've been getting back into hip hop lately, and I miss it. And I'm like more of a fan of like the classic hip hop. So obviously, if you don't know, B.I.G. is my favorite rapper.
That's interesting, because I'm pretty sure he had something to do with Tupac's death. No, doesn't really mean anything, but
Notorious B.I.G., aka Biggie. So I've been listening a lot of Biggie lately. And you guys are gonna find this really.
I'm almost kind of just over these clips and to just get to the portion where we just chit chat. I think you guys got the point. Yeah, so we're slowly evolving into Aaron, and this is the final transformation. Right here. Look, I know what I'm doing, but here's the guy that's gonna do it for me, because I don't know. So there you have it. Now he's Aaron Carter, and he thinks he's starting back at 30, or whatever he thinks is going on here. Okay, yeah, I'm shutting it down. Shutting him down anyways, at least. Had enough of that. It's too spooky. Like, at the same time, it's just, like, it's irritating in ways, and it seems like, you know, we can pick it apart and it's ingenuine, but it's also, like, it's spooky. It's a little bit spooky, and I just hope that he's gonna get some help. I think he really needs to talk to somebody, like a specialist. Like, there needs to be more specialists that can handle this kind of complexity of trauma and stuff going on, you know? Like, there's so many things going on there, and my heart goes out to him, too, at the same time. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, even if he has been bad and done bad things, you know, and again, not that I'm making excuses, obviously, this guy's been through a lot, and he's obviously a really hurting unit. Like, it's clear as day, you know? And, I'm a fucking empath to a fault, I guess. But anyway, I don't know if you guys want to run through these Prince clips, or what, let's see. How long is that? I don't know. I'm kind of thinking of we shut this down and maybe doing the after show on. I want to start testing out possibly Skype for the members only stream things, because through there I can do screen share and shit. So if we want to do movie nights or we want to do whatever stuff, like, just for fun, you know, where we have to have it off of a paid or a fucking monetizable platform, you know. We don't want to get ourselves in trouble. We don't want to be breaking any friggin' rules here, but I've been trying out Skype a bit for that, and it's got all the features and stuff that we need to make that happen. So I don't know if we want to maybe try that. I can do a link and do a group thing, and I don't know how many of you guys want to join for that, for the after show or what. Doesn't have to be members for right now, but when it comes around, I'll do members only and whatever different ones for after streams. But then that's where we can kind of go into things deeper too, like uncensored, right? Like that's the one thing. We can only go so deep and say so many things, like with the state of things now. And they did just come down with the bill. They are pushing it through the this C11 bill or whatever the fuck it is, this Canadian censorship bill that they're working on. So that's going to change some stuff too. So just like all the more reason to be kind of careful what we're talking about and when and how and where, you know. So yeah, if you guys are into that, I will drop a link, and whoever wants to join in on that, and then we'll do our final few minutes just on here, but then we'll shut this down and switch her over. Yeah, you guys are into that? I figured Skype is like as midway as possible. Everybody can do Skype. It's brings some of us back to like some MSN days, but then it's also new age enough that like, yeah, it's got all the features and all the functions that we need. Okay, where did it go? I started a thing. Here it is. Yay. Okay, so this is, everybody can join for this one. But in the future, when we do the members only ones, I'll just do like a members only post or whatever with the link in, so that'll help keep it separated. How to keep them separated. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. You've never used it? One more thing to figure out. It's actually pretty user friendly if it works though, because I mean sometimes there's like it's a little iffy here and there. It is Skype after all, it's fucking Microsoft, right? But it is pretty user friendly once you get into her and get her going. And then yeah, you can get it on your phone too, right guys? Because I know a lot of you guys, you have the thing going on your TV, but then you are doing the chat and stuff on your phone. This way you can do the whole thing on your phone. You can yeah, it's easier that way too. Offspring, yeah. Yeah, you can get it on your phone and you can get it on the computer. You can get it however, so you can have it doing both ways there. I guess that'd be kind of neat. You could do like from the phone and do like a screencast or whatever to the TV, so you can see the whatever we're doing big screen, but then have the chat right there. Haven't used it forever. Yeah, a little blast from the past for everybody. Yeah, it wasn't working for you. I was trying to get you on there because you were I don't know what you want to talk about or what you wanted to figure out, but it's whatever. Skype is when it's working, it works well, but it doesn't work always for everyone. So but you can, I think you can, yeah, I believe you guys can just join as guests and stuff, and you don't have to make a whole thing. Like, I think it's pretty open-ended, so it's a little easier than going through the whole shebang. We all have a voice. Yes, we do. Reminds me of a bar. Yeah. It's the bar. We're all sober at the bar. Someone help my ass. I'm being silly, but you're falling asleep. Don't fall asleep yet. We're doing the after party here. No more guests anymore. Oh, well, it says guest. Oh, maybe it's till they, yeah. You're in, yay. Yeah, so I'll give you guys a few minutes to get in there. We'll do our last couple minutes just on here. And then we'll switch her over. Here, I'll drop the link again for any of you guys that are still just for lurking or just coming back around or whatever. I know some of you guys just have this in the background and you're bopping around. Yeah, taking off. Alrighty, guys. Well, anybody that's taking off for the evening and going to bed or going on with their day or whatever they're doing, you guys have a wonderful one. And take care of yourselves, and big shiny love to all of you, everybody that's joined us this evening, lurkers included. Who else we got in here? I think most of you are probably joining us, I guess, But if you're taking off, Jennifer, Gina, if you're taking off, I don't know what you guys are doing. Who else is in here? Misty, are you coming or going? I think most of you guys will probably end up coming. Looks like we got pretty much just mainly regulars here. And if not, that's okay too. No pressure, guys, obviously. But we're kind of just trying to starting to test this out too, to see for the different events and things we're going to do for members and just whatever off platform. Oh, no, nobody has to go on cam. I'm not going to go on cam. We're going to just use the voice feature, and possibly if, like, I don't know, if we're going to do a movie thing, we're going to fucking, I don't know. I don't know if we'll do that tonight or not, but this is mainly just a test run, and we'll shoot the shit for a bit like we normally do at the end of the stream, but we'll just do it over there, and then we'll be more prepared for next time so we know how it's going to work, and if we want to do events, members events, or just everybody events just off the platform, then we got it figured out. So no pressure, and nobody has to show any faces. No worries. We're not outing everybody here. You can keep your anonymity. You can put it on if you want to. Like, that's up to you. But no pressure. And Visa, if you're still here, you got your new little Chromebook, so you're welcome to join. If you're still in here, I don't know if you're back at her over there, what you're doing. But anyways, I hope you guys have a wonderful night, like I said, and I guess we'll shut her down now. We'll just switch over there then if everybody's in and ready and good to go. So yeah, with that said, much love to everyone, and we will catch you on the flip side.